Hello, hello, hello. We are starting. Okay, y'all. John is on already. John, give me a couple of seconds. I just want to welcome everybody to the live. So the fellas that are going to be answering questions, I need you to let me make sure I have this thing charged. Okay, I need you to click the link that's in the comment section so that you can be on camera and answer the questions so that you're not typing like 1800 word essay in these comment sections. Ladies, you can also click the link to pop on to um, ask your questions, and you can stay on while the fellas answer the questions if that's what you would like. Um, I really hope I told a few of y'all need to prepare some questions. Some of y'all sent me questions, so I will ask those questions on your behalf. Um, what I need you to do right now for me, I need you to share the live to your page. Just share it. Thank you very much. And also, I need you to like the live. Okay. If you are watching from YouTube, you can type in your question. I'll be able to see your name. If you're on Facebook, it'll be a little difficult for me to go back and forth and figure out whose name is who posted the comment, but I can do it. YouTube will be just easier for me. So it's up to you, boo. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you. We are so today's live. We are just we are sorry, y'all. We are asking questions to the fellas on this one, and I'm hoping that these gentlemen will answer these questions to the fullest of their fullest. I don't know where John went, but maybe he'll come back. We will see. For the time being, I'm going to let a few more people come on in here, and we will get to know. We will get to know the fellas. Oh wait, where am I? We will get to know, yes, the fellas, and go from there. Yes, so we're just waiting. A few of them said they were coming on, so let's see what happens. It's only 3 minutes in, so give them some time to matriculate. Is that a word? I know that is where matriculate, but I learned it from Greece too. If any of the ladies want to pop on real quick and talk about why they're looking forward to this conversation, please do join in. I don't know who this is, but we'll go ahead and add. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, it's okay, female. Okay, just checking. I'm like, who's So, you want to tell us what you're looking forward to most on this one?
I'm just here to be a fly on the wall.
You have any questions that you're prepared to ask?
I do not, but I'm going to, as I hear something, I'll ask when I am inspired.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. All right. If you know any fellas that would like to join in, please make sure you share and like so that we can get this party going. We are just waiting for some of the fellas to join in, and we'll go from there. So, single, married, it's complicated. Don't work, mind your business.
Right, all of the above.
Ah. Yes, I dig it.
All of the above.
Oh Lord, I had questions. Where were they? Okay. Trying to get all these questions that people. Oh wait, no, be quiet. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. So, I don't mean to waste your time, but just waiting for fellas to tag in so that we can talk this talk. Why does this want to do this to me right now? So I guess I can say what inspired this whole desire to have conversation about men answering questions. I feel like men hold back on us. They do things because they don't want to hurt our feelings, or because they don't want to cause issue, or because maybe they just don't even care. And that's one question I have. So yes, I'm ready for I'm ready for the fellas to come on in whenever you're ready. If it's one or two of you, then get ready for a lot of questions. If it's three or four of you, then y'all can you know, share the conversation. Okay, so ladies, don't forget we're going to be on audio, and fellas, we're going to be seeing your face. This girl name is If You Nasty. I'm gonna tag her in real quick, just until the fellas come. If you're nasty, really, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my goodness, girl. Okay, there we go. So you have your questions ready?
I do.
Oh Lord, you have a list of them. List of them.
I do.
Cool, 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 cool. So for the most part, you'll be on video, but if you have a question, I can, I can see you. So just tag in or put yourself on audio, and you can ask the question whenever you find the vibe to ask that question. I wonder if we have any of the same questions that have been like. I think I have like 20 questions that have been sent to me to ask.
Oh,
So,
you were sent questions from people? Wow.
Yep.
I'm
and
excited.
I added 3. So I don't know where this person
There
just.
might be a lot of overlapping questions from me. There might be some.
What do you mean between the two of us?
But yeah.
You know what? For some reason, I feel like it won't be because there's so many questions to ask them.
Okay.
But I feel like it won't be. But if it is, I just act like it wasn't.
But see, a lot of the questions are not gender specific too. So
Okay.
which means that then a man can ask a woman and a woman can ask a man.
Miss Jackie always with the curveball.
Yo.
She's on the audio.
Good afternoon.
She wasn't ready.
Hey Ash.
Hey.
I don't know where this. Someone just asked. Oh, Jay just asked if we're ready for men. We are ready. Not a scared. I had like 4 or 5 dudes talking about some. Oh, well, one of them he can't come on because he's in Hawaii right now working. So he's by the time he gets off, it'll be 3. I think by the time we started, it was 3 his time. So I was like, okay, well, that's not gonna happen. But we will see. So, what are you most excited about for this show?
For this episode?
Mm-hmm.
Just to hear some of them say it. Just to end, because I've asked this question and I've asked a couple of these questions before, and a lot of them won't be honest about their answer. So I'm hoping to get a little honesty today.
That would be nice. That would be nice. So that's mainly what I asked for when I posted it. Is it posted? Posted? When I
posted it.
It's not wrong, posted it. But so hopefully, they take this opportunity to be completely 100% honest, completely like direct and blunt. I feel like some of the questions I have, they be skirting around.
They do.
And ain't nobody got time for it. If you're a female watching, put We Run the World. If there are men watching, put no, you don't.
Okay.
You should have put We Run the World. Oh Lord, wait. Who is somebody named John was on here, but I don't know where he went. I'm sorry, I gotta. Okay. Who is anyway? All right. It's interesting. Like, okay, so all the guys that are typically on here, y'all notice aren't on here today. Isn't that interesting?
Right.
They scared. They scared.
But what? But why? They got and I know a couple of them, two at least 3. That always like to just be real sassy. Not sassy. I don't want to say sassy. I get offended, but real feisty with it. When you say something. Somebody messaged me talking about some. I'm hearing spirit. You need to be here in the physical chat. Somebody talking about some. Do we like overgrown lashes? This is gonna be a short show. Like nobody, people know these chicks. I think ladies know guys don't like these lashes.
Yeah,
hope-
but some need to hear that.
Say again.
But I think some women need to hear, no, we do not.
Agreed. Agreed. This is so interesting that fellas, why are y'all like absent right now? Like I really need to know. Like, why are y'all absent right now? Y'all got the ladies on video. Y'all supposed to be the ones showing up, showing out. Because we're gonna do a show for the ladies. Y'all can we'll be here. Ready to answer some questions. Ready. And if you don't want to ask your question, you can inbox me if you'd like, and I'll try to get jot it down and get it in for you. Anywho, how's everybody's day?
My day is going well.
Nice.
I
I see
can't
your hair's a little
complain.
different today.
Huh?
Your hair's a little different today.
It is.
You done styled.
Yes. Well, I took down the style, but yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thank you. I actually had dreads down to my back, like down to my butt, like years ago. But after I had my daughter, I had to shave my hair off because
Why?
I had postpartum hair loss.
Mm.
So then I just said, let me start over.
We're gonna add. We have one guy. He's bold enough. He bold. We're gonna add him real quick, and we can stay on, ladies, because I guess we'll wait
We
for it.
ready.
Did you want to wait for some other fellas to tag in?
Yeah,
Let us,
definitely don't want to be in the hot seat.
let
Jay,
us know if you're I'm sorry,
no, I was reading his name.
Jay Herbay. We'll see. Is your god brother there? Because we know he has great information. He has
Or-
great.
Or your
I'm going to call him and right now and tell him to get on.
You know, he has some great input.
I love his comebacks and I love his explanations.
What about your dad?
Girl, stop the madness.
I do.
What'd you say?
Because
Or
he
dad?
he gives some insight that I wouldn't even think that a guy would answer to certain things.
All right, we have another brave soul, another brave soul.
Bring him on.
Ash said, "What about your dad, Jay?"
Ooh.
My dad
where's
is back
that
in the
at?
shell for another 70 years.
Get that man on here. He has some great insight. Ladies, y'all might actually be able to just stay on and converse with the fellas. Make sure I gotta plug my phone in, make sure this thing don't die, so these questions can get asked and answered. Asked with a K. Okay. Not that. Not that. Okay. Oh. All right. You know what? I'll start with you two fellas. I'll ask a simple question. Yes. Simple one. I feel like I need more people for that one. I know y'all answer to that one.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Ask it anyway. It's here.
Well, I was gonna ask when if more fellas came on, but I'll ask it. Do you really prefer women without makeup?
Yes.
What's the question?
Let me let you go ahead and message your brother so he can come on. You
Thank
go
you.
do that. And Chad, you can tell I'm sorry, S. Dot.
I can elaborate if you want.
Go
So,
for it, bud.
I'm a big fan of natural beauty, natural hair, natural everything. But I'm also a very big fan of the arts, right? So paintings, makeup, as crazy as it sounds, them curtains on the eyelids. You know, like I don't ask for it, but if you're done up and your outfit's right and you look great, I'm gonna celebrate you like you wanted to be celebrated. I think it's beautiful. Did I ask for it? No. Do I want it? No. Do I think you're more beautiful with all this makeup on and whatever? No. Uh, do I think you're not attractive with it on? No. So all of this preconception of like getting dolled up is not for me. I think you are beautiful naturally, and I will celebrate you in the morning the same way that I do at 8 p.m. after you get ready for dinner. So that's why I say no. Is that what you thought I would answer?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Ladies, did y'all think he was gonna say he prefers women with makeup?
No, not Chad. No, not S. Dot.
Right.
I would say Well, never mind, I won't guess what Jay would say. But go ahead.
I'm here. Okay. So the question was what now?
Do men really prefer women without makeup?
Do they prefer? Is that no? Yes, they prefer no. Do men prefer women without makeup? I don't know if they prefer. I think the better answer would be men are okay with women without makeup, but I don't know if they prefer.
Okay,
Tell me there's something.
yourself.
Makeup is not a. I don't like your tone. Makeup makeup is not a requirement for me, but I would be lying if I did not say when I see makeup done right, I notice and I'm like, wow, like your lips tonight, girlfriend. Right. So I don't know if it's a requirement for me, but it's not lost on me that it enhances. So I can rock with it either or. But if I meet you and you're dolled up and without it, you're a completely different person. Let me tell you a true story. There was this girl I was crushing on. I was crushing on this girl bad. And she was selling plates one day. And I said, okay, this is my way in. I'm gonna go over there, patronize, and let her know I'm with the support of your business, baby girl. I got there, and when she answered the door to take my order, I was like, yeah, what's so and so at? It was the same person. Immediately, there was no more attraction because it was so jolting the difference. So I think that let's keep that in context as well.
So
that reminds me of y'all watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air back in the day. Yeah, face was sitting on a tricycle. Yeah, in each Harlem. Bored out of my mind, thought she was fine. Yeah, it can be shocking, but I stand by my first statement.
So it's like poetic justice when the girl was like, "Oh, I got a girlfriend, the friend that looks just like Janet Jackson," and then she get there and she doesn't quite look like Janet Jackson.
You talking about Friday?
Friday. What did I say?
Poetic
justice.
Oh Lord, yes. I'm sorry, Friday. Maybe somebody. It's Poetic Justice on Netflix. I need to watch it. But yes, Friday.
All right, next question. Too easy.
Right, ladies, do y'all have one that y'all want to ask?
So someone posted 3 questions prior to this starting up, 2 of which were very provocative. So feel free to ask things that are not easy to ask. Because
right, I'm trying to ask surface ones right now in case other fellas join in. I don't want to have to ask the juicy ones over. But was there one of those gripping questions? I'm sorry, do you have something?
No, mine are juicy, so I want to hear all the answers. Hold on, let me go to one of my non-juicy ones.
Okay. I like her. I'm trying to do the same thing.
I think I did post questions in the comment. I don't even remember what I posted.
I have them.
Okay, you can ask one of mine because I don't think mine was too juicy.
Okay, one question was, what is the mental process used for getting over an ex? You're on mute if you're going to say something. You look really intrigued to say something right now.
What is the mental process that a man uses to get over an ex? I think, Lord, somebody texted me today from my church and told me to be careful on this live tonight. Uh, that's a real thing. I think that I'm going to let Chad answer first.
I'll take it, even though I didn't want to go first, but I appreciate the challenge. I'm recently getting over a breakup. It is painful in every manner that it manifests itself. The way that I tried to get over it was by taking up more space, right? So not staying in my corner and recluse, but being wherever I wanted to be at, regardless of if I would encounter this person. I quickly realized that I'm far more sensitive than I project myself to be. So the next evolution of that getting over it was I don't like to write lists unless they're productive, right? But I started making a list of the things that were not fitting, the things that were unhealthy, the things that were detrimental to the relationship, almost poisoning the thought and the memory of what I remembered the relationship to be, just so I can convince myself that this was not for me. This was not for me. This was not for me. Do not be swayed by some small apology. This was not for you. So it was a lot of brainwash, honestly, because my heart is malleable and I am forgiving. So in order to get over it, to this day, I have to tell myself how bad and unfitting it was so that I can keep moving forward, because I'm just loyal to a fault. And it's a difficult process to let go of what I think was love, and accept that it's not the love that I want or need to receive.
Wow.
Great answer. I was going to ask, is there any way that while we're on a particular question that you could put that up in the comment section or bring that up so that we know exactly what the question is being answered, so if people are getting on there. I think I'm a little more old school and maybe too old school, not in tune with my feelings as much as Chad is, or maybe not as mature as Chad. But I think the only way that I can really get over an ex is to get with someone else. I think certain women have an ability to help you in that process, even if they're not a permanent. I think having a substitute um, does aid in that process. I don't know if that's a mental process though, but I think maybe detachment would be it. Detachment by reattachment. Old folks said the quickest way to get over one is to get.
Under another. That's what I hear on a movie. I heard it on a movie. It's called Deliver Us from Evil. All right. D, question. Go. You're on mute, bud.
If you're nasty,
If you're dating a new person, not even okay. Let's go. And the sex is horrible. How would you teach them to do it right?
blunt answers, right? So
Please.
never had that extreme where it's like so bad that you want to coach somebody. The only instance that I have this experience that it was, I would say, uncomfortable. It was just made.
Define uncomfortable first. What does that mean?
Okay, I'll go all the way in. My mom is sleeping. My soul is clear. This lady has moved on to a new relationship. So it was her birthday. I ran into her downtown Orlando. I just happened to be meandering around. I was in my late 20s, to where I was very much comfortable with just being where I'm at and like I am my own party. Happened to be her birthday, and her girlfriends were like, "Oh my gosh, birthday sex, birthday sex," and I was like, "Why? Why does that need to be a thing?" I ended up being chosen for the task. I had no attraction to this girl prior. Had no attraction to her when we decided to engage in coitus. Is that what they call it? Uh,
Please.
so coitus, yes. So when I tuned out of being in a festive party mode and tuned into the fact that I was sharing my body with somebody, I looked at her in a very just here's who you are mode. She had a very large like Buddha belly, and it was just not a good moment for me because I was like, I don't even want this or her. And I invited her into my home. So in that 2, 3, 5 seconds, I was like, I'm not attracted to you, and this is not good. And it was just over very quickly. And I semi rudely asked her to leave and never spoke to her again. That's I guess if it's just not good for me, it's just not good for me, and I have no way of faking through it. And
So how do you teach them to do it the right way? Like, how do you teach them to do it how you like it?
yeah, that's the
Or would
thing.
you?
I've anyone who I've been genuinely interested in, there's been that chemistry. So I've never had to teach. I'm actually in a situation now where I'm being taught, and I'm like, what? What? So let me check back with you in a month and let you know how the learning experience is. But I have never had to teach. It's always just been a natural, good thing.
And why is she teaching you? Are there some things that she would like that you're not doing, or
She's European and she has way more imagination than I do.
okay, good answer.
Yeah. But we're
Stravinsky.
we're journeying.
Okay, Jay, would you like to answer that question? I'll post it up for you again so you can see it. There you go.
This is a tough question though, because if you've had the experience, that's a tough thing to I'd be interested to know who has
So
worked through it.
my disclaimer is this: sex outside of marriage is not advised. All right, I'm gonna say that for those watching. It's not advised. Hallelujah. Uh, but I think that coaching, it's often a thought process in marriage that coaching in sex is a bad idea. But I can say from a male point of view, I think that's men don't like to be coached. I think women actually enjoy being coached. I think that so in an example that I could think of many years ago, when I was in a situation like this, um, taking control and in a gentle but a very physical way, positioning, helping, lifting, bending, folding, you will bring out what needs to be brought out. And if you respond in kind, you won't have to coach along. I think men get their pride hurt when a woman says, don't do that, do this in the moment. But I think a woman responds to it. And if you really in tune, you can talk with grunts and movements, and y'all will get to a place. Hallelujah. Hallelujah to God. Y'all can get to a place. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. I'm going on mute now. Hallelujah.
Okay. Chad, I think this question was for you. Is that how you're getting over your ex?
Good question. And it's unavoidably part of it. I did not seek this new relationship. It was very challenging to even accept it as like something that should or could be pursued. But it is at the same time so at the same time as it's allowing me to disconnect, I forget what the word you used, Jay, was disassociate, disconnect, but it's allowing me
Detachment.
detach. It's allowed that to happen, which has allowed me to see things in a new, fresh perspective, which is fair and I think is beautiful. But it's heavy how like the heart and the head can talk to each other, and like a thought can physically manifest itself to like pain or like I'm still not healed. But she knows about this ex. It unfortunately bled into our relationship in the most dramatic of ways. Long story short, she packed up everything that I ever owned or gave her into a suitcase that we took to Cancun and dropped it off in front of my house. Instead of just throwing it in her own dumpster, like she brought it to my crib, and my girl who I was now seeing showed up 5 minutes later to see the suitcase. And like, you petty. And I try, I'd be praying about it. I'm like, do not be petty, because that is not where my heart's at. But you know,
I think that translates to "I still want you." If she brought a suitcase full of your
in
stuff
a
to
very
your house,
toxic way, right? But yes.
yeah, she still wants the relationship.
Yeah, I don't want to delve into more, but there's more than that. Like it was all bad. It went from that's the same girl I bought sushi for when she got her hair done. Remember that night?
Remember her.
Yeah, same girl. The coin, the tables, all of it has flipped. Which is
Question.
the dangerous part about sharing your heart with somebody, right? It's not always guaranteed.
All right. If you wanted babies and then after you were married, found out she couldn't have any, would you leave her?
No.
I mean, you really want babies, like babies. Y'all discussed this, and you were like, "Oh, I can't wait." Da, 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 da.
Adoption's an option. If she's really down for the relationship, someone else can have the baby for us. But leaving someone, I don't think is. I'm just overly loyal. So if I'm down, I'm down. Things change, we don't. You know. So no.
Yeah, I feel like you had a different response.
Yeah, so I was literally thinking to myself, could I, if I wanted children and I did not have any, could I, after finding out, give up the ability to have biological children? That's tough. I think that I'm big on legacy and having children, someone to leave your name to. My grandfather shot my grandma because she had 6 girls back to back, and he literally shot her while she was pregnant with the 6th. I'm not saying that I'm crazy, but I'm just saying it's in us. But my point is, I don't know. I don't know that if I didn't have any children, male or female, but we're already married, right? I don't think I would leave. It would be tough. It would be tough as nails. But I would ask her if she has a sister that has something that, that she wouldn't mind. I wouldn't have sex with the sister, but maybe impregnate her through that. What's that thing called, Dr. Jackson?
In vitro.
Yeah.
I have a spin-off question to that. Is it okay?
Go for it.
So I was talking. I saw somewhere where a woman and a man had a baby, and the husband, he said this baby doesn't look like us, and he was very upset. He's like, this baby does not look like us because the baby was ugly. He felt the baby was ugly. So she says, well, yes, the baby does. And she goes and grabs her pictures of when she was a child. And he says, oh, the baby looks like you. But she had plastic surgery. And he was very upset. He divorced her. Would you divorce someone over something like that?
He divorced her because he didn't know that she had plastic surgery?
Right. The baby was ugly. and he felt like this baby doesn't look like either one of us.
Baby don't look like me.
But then she went and dug up her childhood photos, and he's like, "Oh, the baby does look like you."
Like your ugly age.
Right, from back. And so he felt, okay, she had plastic surgery and didn't disclose that. Somebody put fraud. So
With your ugly.
You better stop it.
Big ugly. I think that I don't think I would divorce someone over that, because I think who you meet, whatever they've had done, whether it was weight loss surgery, whatever, who you meet is who you meet. I know I would not divorce over something like that. I probably wouldn't have any more ugly children though. Or I would get on a payment plan so the day that my daughter turns 18, we can take her. So the same doctor that hooked you up, hopefully they're still in practice. Do whatever you did to the mom. Let me get that ditto. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. I wouldn't divorce over it though. You can't divorce because your children are ugly. I mean, think about what that even sounds like. Yeah, why did you guys divorce? Man, she had ugly kids. You can't divorce over that.
Why not? Well, I'm not saying divorce, you should divorce somebody, but come on, she literally misled you. Like, you were expecting to have this beautiful child because your wife is this beautiful being, perfect body, brilliant face, and then she has Kylie Jenner.
A silverback.
Man.
I don't think it's worth divorcing, man.
Because you can't decide how your children look either way. Because what if you're two beautiful people naturally and your kid comes out ugly? Was you gonna divorce the person?
Have you seen my children? You can't decide. You got to think it. You got to manifest it. Nothing but lookers over here.
This guy. All right. Question. Does a woman's needs trump those of your child? Does your woman's needs trump those of your child?
My wife?
no, just a girlfriend.
No. Not at all.
Okay. Why is this?
I think that if you're just a girlfriend, and it's an actual legitimate need of my child, that you would be a terrible father to put a woman's needs over the needs of your own children. Like you have children. So the answer is absolutely not. My wife is a little different, but a girlfriend, absolutely not. There's a girl that I was talking to once, and she said, "It's supposed to be my night. My child was sick." And she said, "Oh, we're supposed to hang out tonight." And I remember thinking to myself, "You sound crazy. I just told you my child is sick." So I think that, no, not at all.
Chad, did you have a response? Okay, I don't know. He is there.
If I'm gonna respond, I need a small recap. I stepped away for a second.
Question's up. Does a woman's need trump those of your child?
Does
Your
a
girlfriend
need trump the needs of your child? That's an easy one. The answer is no. I don't have a child yet. And when I do, I already have 2 dogs. The needs of my child trumps my dogs. That's easy. I will care for my wife. I will nurture her. I plan to do everything I can to be her best partner. But we're both going to be sacrificing for the kid. So there's going to be a point when I choose my kid over my woman. And I hope that she understands that is me also loving her. It may not be easy now that I say it out loud, but I think we'll both get it if we're both on the same page. The kid is our first priority. Doesn't take away from my love for my woman. It's just where I'm directing my energy.
You want to say something, Jay? It looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, because Chad used the word wife. I want to be clear that although the needs of my children come before my girlfriend, I do not believe they come before my wife. I think when you're married, it's God, your wife, then your children. I mean, folks ask about who you're going to save on a plane. The only way I save my children before my wife is I look at my wife and she says, "Save the children."
Okay, I have a follow-up question then to this. Wife is in labor. Doctor says you have to pick one to live. Which are you choosing?
Wife, save my wife,
Chad?
please.
How do I answer?
Hmm?
You yelled my name.
Read the question, Chad. Focus.
There's 2 pages going on right now.
No, it's at the bottom of the
It's
screen.
at the bottom of the screen, though, bud.
Wife is in labor.
I'm
Doctor
sorry.
says you have to pick one to live. Who are you choosing? Good grief. I don't like this question.
It's a good question.
Okay.
I will choose
Game
my
of
wife
Thrones.
and pray that we can have another child or that we get over it. This is terrible. I would rather take myself out. What
There
is
are people in this situation every day, though.
Every
Yeah.
day.
Every day.
Raw news, no
Answer
fluff.
wife. Get on here and answer these questions physically. So, who did you choose, Chad? Wife or child?
He said wife.
Oh, he said wife? Okay.
And he said, praying we can have another child.
Amen. If your girl got locked up, how long can she be sentenced for before you decide to move on?
Ooh, this is a good question.
Soon as before she gets to the jailhouse, she's in trouble. Well, soon as they hit the back of the police car, and say, "All right, she's in trouble."
$1,000 a day.
But
I
see,
wish
that is very concurrent with the actuality.
I could tell you that was true. I mean, I wish I could tell you that answer was different, but we got to be honest. Ain't no joke of ride for no woman when they get locked up, boy. That don't happen.
And that's a common occurrence because, like, we know that when women are locked up, they don't have people supporting them. But when it's men locked up, they'll have this person putting stuff on their books, this person doing stuff.
They'll be fighting.
Gonna die. Mm-hmm.
Women will be fighting over the visitation hour, you know.
Exactly.
But that is not the case with. And I'm not even gonna lie. I think that if it happened to
go
me,
to jail for y'all.
Even if
we don't have a woman's Q&A.
If it happened to me, I don't think that I would abandon her. But to say I'm how you a woman and get locked up, right? What you doing? Who is that? That person ought to get an award.
You need to just click on it anyway.
Right, because women don't do nothing haphazardly. If she did it, she did it, Your Honor. I agree with that. Guy should run for governor. I think. How long can she be sentenced before you decide to move on? The moment she's sentenced, I'm moving on. But I'm not leaving you. I'm gonna write you, baby girl. Baby girl, I'm gonna send you stamps, and I'm gonna make sure you get a cookie racks. Baby girl, I got you. Girl, I'm gonna be there. But if you think that I'm going to be sitting at home writing you on Saturday and it's not gonna happen. That's not real. There's only one person I would ride and die for, though. There's one young lady that I would ride and die for. She can get sentenced to life in hell, and I'll bring her ice water.
Sorry, Chad, do you have an answer to this question? Cause y'all tripping, but these y'all answers. I'm just my facial expressions trying to control themselves.
This question is. I mean, I hold you guys in a higher standard. I don't think that this locked up question would apply to the people that I put in my life. If your girl gets locked up, how long is she sentenced before you decide to move on? If my girl's locked up, you're locked up. You're locked up. You're locked up, girl. Like if I was 21, we would ride or die. But if you locked up, you're making bad decisions, girl. I'm working on my 401k. What the hell are you getting locked up for? Okay. We got savings plans for our vacations. I am not waiting for a relationship that we're going to jail. That's not what.
What if she was locked up for something you did? That
doesn't happen in America.
Oh, it does. I know it does.
Oh, you're saying if I did dirt and she went down for my dirt?
Yeah.
I don't have the dirt. I left the dirt in my past. I've been burnt by the dirt. I don't have the dirt. No,
What
that's
if
not
she
the
didn't stop you
relationship
for
that I
doing
have.
something
So
for
like,
your kids?
you're not gonna go down for me and be like, wait for you in jail. Like that's. I watch movies for that. I don't. No, 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 no.
Jay,
I think that if she's locked up for something I did, because I'm really, really from the hood, the G code is if somebody gets locked up for something you did, she kept it 100, she didn't turn snitch, she didn't flip the dime or whatever. I think that, right, right, right. I think because she didn't turn dime on your boy, you got to be there for her. Now, be there for again. When men get locked up, they want to believe that when you're there, you're writing, you're sending money, you're visiting, and you're not sexing anybody. I want to be clear. I am going to write, I am going to visit, I am going to put money on your books. My ride or die, it excludes the clause that says I am not dating anyone else. So don't you worry your pretty prison nappy head about who I'm out here running with, because it's somebody. But you will not be alone, even if you did the crime for me. I just want to be clear about that. In Jesus' name.
you, amen. All right. Question: why do you think it's harder for men when their women cheat when their woman cheats than it is on women?
I had a question like this. Mine is similar.
Okay.
This this
Don't all
question
go at once. Don't all. If people and tell us in the comments, go ahead and say what you gonna say.
this
Um,
question is
Ray
such a
Law,
this
Stelson.
this question is such a trigger for me. Um, I wish I had a screensaver that I could put up, and um, I think that
Interesting answer.
it's harder on men for multiple reasons. I think men are wired where they could be cheating and be 1,000% in love with you. And I know y'all gonna hate me for that answer. It's when a woman cheats, it's an indication that her feelings towards you aren't the same. Like
Mm.
a man cheating emotionally or even sometimes physically could just be an
Yeah.
aberration from reality for a moment. When a woman cheats, though, she's gone, and I think that's a harder thing to accept as a man. I can talk for me personally. I don't care if I got 10 women I'm talking to behind your back. If you returned a DM with, "Hey, I'm ready to fall out with you," I think that it is a 1,000% real thing. It's much harder on men than it is on women.
Okay. Chad.
What do you think? Why do you think it's harder on men when women
Chad,
cheat?
are you drinking tonight?
Why do you ask?
No reason. Go ahead.
I'll answer it after I answer this question. Why do you think it's harder on men when their women cheats than it is on women? I don't know how hard it is on women. I've heard about it and I've seen the pain in their eyes. I've never been personally cheated on, but I've thought about how that might feel. I would be devastated. I can't get over dishonesty like that because it's too much, and you can't fight it after the fact, right? She already chose somebody else. No matter what argument you have verbally or whatever you choose to demonstrate physically, you're losing. You're almost demonstrating, you know, like a whining, crying baby versus
Gosh, that's
fighting
good.
for something that you already had. Forgiveness is a very hard thing to give people. If someone cheated on you and you loved them genuinely, sure, you could forgive them. But I personally don't know that I can get over the fact that someone didn't communicate, like, hey, I'm not here anymore. I want something else. And they did it behind my back and I had to find out. My ego, I'll just throw that out there. My ego is why it is harder for me to get over it than for women. I think women know how powerful and wonderful they are, and they're like, this hurt, but I could find something else. On to the next one, to the left, to the left. Uh, for a man, generalizing, it's like, don't move it to the left. Just leave it right there. Let me cherish what I knew and what I had. And it's harder to let go of something that you knew. I just don't like infidelity. These questions are very,
So,
very difficult.
so you're saying the ego, a man's ego makes it harder for them to get over something than for women. All right, Jay.
I think Chat just brought something up that I think is absolutely on money. I think another thing is it's possible a man could be disconnected from his woman, right? Not affectionate, not in tune. He's playing the video game or he's hanging out with the fellas and still at night be intimate with his lady, right? And even though she feels like obliging. So I think with women sometimes they understand that men have the ability to be physical or and not really be there because he's like that with them. I think though for a man, when you hear cheating, you think of a man handling your woman the way that you handle her. And I think that image and I think that's what you can't get over. The grabbing, the cuddling, the holding, the making her secure. It will eat you alive, man. I gotta go. I think, but yeah, it is 1,000% harder. I think women know that a man could cheat and not be there, but a man knows if a woman's cheat, she's gone. Like he said something, she's gone. You become a big crying baby because that's it.
Okay, haha, aka Dirt. You got something to say? No, okay.
Can I do a piggyback? Can I do a piggyback on this question? Because I actually have a question that kind of adds on to this
And then I
question.
have a question from a viewer. So yes, go ahead.
So now, if by any chance your significant other does cheat, how could they earn your trust back?
Since I'm the only man here, Chad is going to refill his vodka, and and
Yeah,
So I didn't answer the question.
it's all right.
No.
It's all right. We've moved on. This is
Okay,
when you
move on. The answer is no.
okay, good. How does she earn your trust back? I think that it is possible, even though I said all that about a man
A
not
lot of
being
men
able.
who do forgive.
Yeah, I think it is 1,000% possible, but I think it's only possible if a man commits to a lifetime of fighting himself. Meaning he is always going to he's never going to trust her completely again, but if he loves her enough, he'll deal with it and fight in his head to keep peace in his home. If she comes home 20 or 30 minutes later than she normally does, instead of going off, where have you been? He'll fight in his head. Don't say that. Don't overreact. Yada, yada, yada. If he sees these signs where maybe she's withdrawing physically, he'll fight in his head if he values her enough. There are some men who will deal with a cheating woman or a woman who is cheated literally because even at her worst, she's the best thing he's ever had. And so I think that he can, I don't know if she can earn his trust, but I think he can go to a place where he can make it work. And maybe after a while, maybe her trust, but she's going to have to be very verbal, very assuring, and she may even have to put up with some, you know, not going out with her friends, not doing things that are normal that she could be able to do, just to show and to prove that if I can sacrifice a girls' night out or hanging out at my mom's or spending the night at my sister's just to secure you, I'll do that. But I believe if she does those things, that she might can get back in her spot with
okay.
me.
So she can't earn the trust back, but you can stay in the relationship. Chad, did you want to answer that question? If your lady cheats, how does she earn your trust back?
She can't. It's over for me. My heart's too fragile. Can't do it. Sorry.
Okay, I dig it. Here's a
I
question
respect that
from
answer.
right. Them the answers you want. Right to it. Boom.
No,
Um.
because it's like sometimes because you see like what Gerard said, it's
Mhm.
like yes, she would basically have to deal with probably a year to 5 years of not being able to do anything just to be able to possibly get his trust back.
Yeah, and if she doesn't, she's been in that relationship for a waste
And
of time.
it's not
Because
guaranteed. You're right. Possibly,
exactly.
it's
She,
not
Possibly.
guaranteed. She could do all that and still not have my trust.
so
So
seeing this
no, before we move on, think about how terrible that carrot feels. You might, you might get my trust
right,
working.
But
That's not
women do it
healthy.
to men
That
too,
is
though.
not a healthy relationship. That is not a healthy way of loving somebody. Like, oh,
right, but
keep working. You might do better. No.
That's what women
that's
do to men too, though.
that's how he's gonna work it. That's how he gonna work it. You said no go, no go. Seeing this the other week, super young married couple, spouse gets in accident causes total mental and physical disability. I think I saw this one too. Do you stay? That face said enough.
So this is super young. So I'll deal with the age issue first. Um, I think that it's difficult to expect someone, especially a 25-year-old in 2023, to be mature enough to stay and to honor and be respectful while staying and faithful while staying. Um, Me personally, when I was 25, I'm not sure, to be honest, if I would stay. But I will say this, and Brandon, we just had a very similar conversation Sunday. I was in a situation in a very young marriage at 18 or 19 where it wasn't an accident, or well, I guess you could say it was a mental disability. There was depression that caused my partner to shut down in ways that I didn't know how to process, and it ended up with me stepping out. I think that in that moment, I had an uncle who was married to my aunt. She had a heart attack at 30. And I remember him saying to me, your aunt couldn't have sex for 6 years, and I stayed. He was saying that to me to be like, you got to wake up. I think now at 36, but at 25, probably not. I think probably not. If you're disabled and you're married, yes, you stay because you're married, right?
Mhm.
But I don't know. I don't know what that looks like in real time.
Okay. Here's your next question. I'm sorry. That is not the next question. This is though. Is oral a non-negotiable?
I think this is what my member was telling me about on this broadcast tonight.
Well, that's in marriage. That's in marriage and or
And here I go. And here I go. I think oral. I think oral is a non-negotiable. I think that oral is a non-negotiable. Is both ways. You have to be willing to receive it, and I think you have to be double willing to give it. It is definitely a non-negotiable for me.
What? She has to be willing to receive it.
One
What?
1,000%. Hey man, you're embarrassing me. Ha ha. I think that it is yeah, she has to be willing to receive it as well. Yeah.
Wow.
haha. What's your
What?
answer? Because you would. What's your response?
Yeah, yeah, it's non-negotiable. My favorite position is 69. So
Hey,
hey,
hey, I got to go.
hey,
No,
So
that
it's
hey.
no.
non-negotiable for her to receive it as well. For you too.
Huh? Huh?
I didn't hear what
Say
you
that
said.
again.
I said, is it also a non-negotiable for him for her to receive?
Like, does she also have to receive?
Receive what?
Oral from you, brother.
She gonna receive what? What you mean?
Her question was, is it also y'all excuse my brother. Her,
Yeah, I've been drinking. I'm drinking.
right. I could tell. The question was, is it also non-negotiable that she receive it from you? Like, of course, it's non-negotiable that she has to give it, but do you also require that she has to? I think he answered that when he said his
Oh
favorite
yeah, more yeah. What we doing? We grown.
I got another question in that I want to dig deeper.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. SG3, did you want to answer this for Mr. Bring Me In?
Oh yeah, you gotta suck it.
Oh wow.
What did he say? Wait.
He said, "Oh
Go.
yeah."
Say you gotta suck it.
You
That
got
boy
to.
say you gotta suck it.
All right. I'm
You
okay then, folks.
if you're not, somebody
You
will.
ain't.
This is not you saying it; it's someone else. Okay, go ahead. SG3, you were
No,
saying.
no. I said it. If you don't do it, somebody else will.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I mean,
Okay.
I want to. Well,
is protecting you non-negotiable? Is making sure you got somewhere provided for non-negotiable?
That's
Well, we're
not
not on the
required
ladies. We're
either.
not on the ladies right now.
But I'm just saying.
And
That's the level I put it on.
if
That's
you
not required. So no one needs you to protect them and to provide for them.
Okay, well you don't need to give me head, but then I ain't gonna do that either. But somebody is gonna need me to protect them and provide for them.
Yeah, go find some. Go look under the bridge.
Hey,
They're right for the picking.
what
hey,
What?
question did you what question did you want to ask to dig further on this?
shit's so offended.
Right, because what you're saying, I don't think you hear the words coming out of your
No,
mouth.
I do hear them coming out of my mouth. It's non-negotiable. You got
I,
to do it.
I'm
You don't
gonna
do it, somebody else will.
What?
here
need to
me and Chad.
reluctantly
Here
chime
me and
in.
Chad are dealing with the women with gloves on. ST3 comes
And we
out.
don't
No,
want
but
those gloves.
here's
That's the whole
here's
point of this.
this.
Save your
Oh,
gloves.
see, that's why I was listening. I was listening to y'all dance around. Nah, I'm coming here like I always do.
And
No,
I
you got to suck it.
appreciate that. I
If you don't, if
appreciate
you don't,
that.
if
Right.
you
We
don't suck it,
both appreciate that.
if you don't suck it, somebody else will. That's just real. If you don't suck it, somebody else will.
Okay,
That
please
well, let
stop
me
Then they
say
will
playing
get
with
my
me.
protection. They
I'm
will
gonna
get my
say this.
provision. They will get everything. The better you suck it, the better the
Okay,
provision gonna be. The
please
better
stop saying that.
the better
Okay.
everything gonna be. Trust me.
Okay.
Somebody mute him.
Cool.
No,
Um,
don't mute me.
what was your
What?
follow-up question?
I don't have one. Let's move on.
Listen,
What?
the better you do it,
Okay,
the more you're gonna get.
we get
Okay.
Listen,
it.
that's it.
Here's
See,
your next
oh
question. It says,
wow, who's that? Who's that talking in the background like that? Just coming at me
how
like
much
that.
weight could your lady gain during your relationship?
Oh my goodness, y'all just.
I think
Oh
ST3 is Kevin Samuels reincarnated.
no. I'm just a man. I ain't no Kevin Samuels. I'm just a man.
Oh
Okay,
God.
we get what you're saying. So
I
that's your
think it's
question.
Kevin Samuels.
How much
Can,
weight
can,
could your lady gain during your
can we hear Ashley's follow-up question to the last question?
She said she don't want I want her to ask it too.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear her say that she didn't want to. I'm sorry. So, how much weight could your lady gain during your relationship? I'm not superficial when it comes to weight gain. Um, I don't know what it's like to date a heavy woman. I've never dated a heavy woman. So I don't know what my limit is on that. I think I've been blessed to where that's not a thing. So I can't say that I'm attracted to
But
heavy women. But if
hypothetically,
hypothetically, if I meet her and she's 180, 195 in 10 years and she's 215, 220. I mean, you expect people to gain weight as they get older. I mean, I don't think I have a weight gain. As long as you're not, I'm not rolling you around in a wheelchair. Baby, get as big as you want.
Oh Lord.
I mean, I don't know.
Did before baby or after baby?
Good question.
Um,
Really good question.
say she doesn't have a baby.
Well, I mean, what's going on?
She can have a side.
I just, I just heard what he
that
said.
answers it. That answers it.
How, how, how
That
much
answers it.
game, dude?
She
5,
can have
10.
thyroid problems. She can have PCOS.
Mm,
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
saying
goodness.
like, what's going on? Like,
All that. She don't have no problems. What's the what? How
no,
much?
she gotta have a problem. She gotta have one.
What if she depressed?
And
no.
what? I
If,
got a
if
question.
she
Depressed for
gains
Okay,
what?
so much weight that she can no longer do our favorite positions, then it's gone too far. Otherwise, we work with it.
Okay. 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 Nobody else. Okay.
I can
Oh no,
maybe.
no. Well,
No. I'm waiting for everybody else to just stop dancing around so I can answer.
I wanted to
Oh,
say.
just answer the question.
I wanted to say when he said, "What's the problem?" My question would be to the fellas as well. At what? Okay, what's the problem? At what amount of weight do you even see it as a problem? Because you're saying what's the problem? Do you ask that question when you notice she's picked up maybe 5 or 10 pounds? Are you asking that at 25 pounds? Are you asking that at 30 pounds?
we asking it when it getting out of hand. Like, what's going
Well, I
on?
mean, what does that?
What's out of hand? It's
What's out of
relative.
hand though?
When it getting out of hand, when she's sitting there on the couch eating all those goddamn buckets of ice cream.
Go.
Hey, what's
Can you
going
mute?
on?
Can you mute him, please?
What's going on?
Uh,
So you have a conversation with her, and then you'll address it from there. Okay. So you're
Thank
going
you.
to say about what? 20 pounds? Is that when you're having this conversation? As
mm,
what's going on?
I'm saying, all right, let's say, well, yeah, around 20, 25. Like, hey,
When she
I
starts
know
mm.
it's
getting weighted.
a
Okay.
little change in your figure. Like, what's going on?
But some women can gain 20 pounds and still look great. And some women can
Yeah,
gain
I
20
Then
mean,
pounds.
you answer these
if
questions
she's wearing it, if she's
honestly.
180,
wearing it well,
180, 195 is overweight.
if she's wearing it
Tell my
well, then
policies.
I ain't what once it get out of when it
Who
getting
said
out
that
of
they call
shape,
my name?
then, hey, if she wearing it well, we ain't got no issue. But if
185 to
it's going all to the right places,
That's
ain't
that's
nothing to be said.
You know what? I'm
That
gonna
was
step out of this
the
one.
realist.
185 to 190 is overweight.
Depending on how tall she is.
That's not even
that's an average male weight. That's average man weight.
I
it
feel
depends on
like
how
I
tall
should be able to gain as
Sebastian.
much weight as you are. If you heavy, I think men
Boom.
always like, oh, look how big you. I should be. Once I get to your weight, then it's a problem. Until then, quiet.
I like it. I like it. I love it. I want some more.
Uh,
So you
yeah,
want to
Really,
answer
nah.
real quick, or am I going to
that
move on to the
cap.
next
Let's do
question?
a body
I
count.
mean,
Let's see how big this
y'all didn't even let
We've
me
been
answer.
asking for your
Thank you.
answer.
No,
Say that again,
no,
brother.
because y'all don't want to hear my answer. Y'all don't want to hear my answer. That's weird.
All right. So with the
all
next,
Go
that you
ahead.
All right,
saying
so
talking
we're
about we don't
moving
Or
want to
you
on
hear
to
could
your
give it
answer. You
to
could have
Go
answered.
ahead. No. Only baby weight. Only baby weight.
Okay,
all right.
next question.
Baby weight could be
Mhm.
baby weight could be
You
80
see, they
pounds.
don't want
Okay.
okay.
80 pounds. No.
Baby weight could be
Then
80
we'll 10 to
pounds.
15. 10 to 15, but we gotta work that way. We gotta work it back down.
Okay. Should a female just give over the reins to a man, or should he earn them?
I think initially, um, I,
What ask me problem with me tonight?
I think initially a man should just have the reins, and I think that I don't think a man shouldn't earn reins. I think he should have them.
Let me clarify
Either you
this.
got it or you don't.
I
I have
think
a
for this
question for
question,
that.
it's more so y'all are just getting into a relationship.
Not just
Y'all are
dating.
like settling into you're basically just starting a relationship. At what point should a female get over the reins, or should a man earn them?
I think from the very beginning she should go in,
Coming in.
coming in gung ho that this is a man and he's gonna be a man.
If you're trying to control the vehicle, then why am I even in the driver's seat? It's like two people trying to drive at the same time. I'm gonna get the hell out of the car. You can
Is
drive. Go ahead.
this like a dating phase? Because if you're dating, I'm
It
not.
does. Well, if there's a problem, dating to what? If you're dating with intention to be somewhere, then it needs to you begin high, you end. So if you don't come in driving and steering the damn car, then what's gonna happen? I'm gonna let you drive the car. We gonna drive over? No, no. You can drive it. Go ahead. You got it. I'm gonna
Begin
go
how you
get my
end.
own car.
That boy rough.
You start. You start. How you finish?
You start
You
how you
start. You
finish.
finish.
So we started a
Hey,
relationship.
That
start.
boy
Finish.
rough.
This
What?
relationship single. So we're gonna end up
You
single.
didn't start the relationships. You didn't start the
We
relationship
did.
single because you're in a
I'm single.
relationship.
Single.
You in a relationship, so you didn't start the relationship single.
You
You didn't
did.
start it single because you're in a
ST3,
relationship.
ST3,
No, no, you didn't start the relationship single because if you started a relationship, that means you two
ST3.
agreed
I
together
bet
that you're
you.
gonna have a
And listen,
You
relationship.
might want to
listen,
turn your
Dating is
microphone down some because
collecting
you're
data.
overpowering everybody else. Turn your mic down a little bit.
if I won the Powerball tonight, I would bet all of it that ST3 has a white woman and he beats her. I guarantee
Wow,
you. I guarantee you,
wow,
you date a white woman
wow,
and you beat
Stop
her, boy.
wow,
it. Stop.
wow. That's just wow. Really,
You beat her, boy.
really,
Listen,
really,
and right now she's mad
really,
because she's right now
really.
saying she's right now behind the camera saying, "I promise I didn't tell anybody." She's scared right now that she's gonna get in trouble because
Mm,
I can pan the
man,
room. I guarantee you, it's a white
man.
Stop.
woman in there.
I agree.
Because
No, I'm
my
not even. I'm not in a room. There ain't a white woman around here.
so my question
I'm
is
just
like,
joking.
if you're dating
I'm
somebody,
I
not.
you
know.
guys are not in a committed relationship. How am I handing over reins to somebody I am just dating?
Thank you.
But
Great
the
question.
reins could
But
be
that's the
You
shifted.
know,
problem. What are you
yeah,
Wait,
dating
wait, wait.
for? What are
you
you
guys,
dating for? What are you dating for?
Ca-
What are you
That's a
dating
sign
for?
of
To
commitment.
eventually give you the reins.
Wait,
Duh.
wait.
That's a
But
sign of
No, you don't
commitment.
give me anything. You
but
don't
there
give
are
me anything.
levels.
I'm
There are
giving you
levels.
me. I'm giving you my time. You getting
But,
stuff. You're
but
very
there are
one
levels to
sided.
rank. There are levels to reigns. If
yes,
I'm
there's
dating,
levels.
if I'm dating someone and we go out to eat, I have this thing with me. If we're walking into a restaurant, my female companion, if we're just dating, she's not my girlfriend, not my wife. I talk to the host. I don't need a woman in front of me saying it's two. I'm a man. Let me say
I like that.
how many people are in our
Yeah, I
party.
like that too.
I
I
like that.
prefer for you to tell me what you want, and when the waiter or waitress comes,
Yes.
let me order the food. So I think that there's levels to that. If I'm fighting you over those reins, I do agree with ST3. I'm never going to try to get to the
Yeah,
reins
there's
that matter
levels.
later. So
There's
I think y'all answer like the reins are. Of course, I don't want you to give me your bank account, your finances, your children, all that stuff on our first date. But the reins that are appropriate to how long we've been dating and what we're experiencing and where we're going, at least give me those reins.
I think that what you're
Nigga,
saying,
you order food.
yeah, I think that that's very rare. I like that. I like that thought process. You order for me, I'll tell you. I love that. Put my condiments on my put my ketchup and barbecue sauce
Oh,
on my food. I
That's
like that,
rare.
but I think that that is
Nigga.
I
actually.
think that that is very rare.
yeah.
Um,
Wow.
it's very rare.
Well, it's rare
Wow.
And
for
Yes,
people.
That's
SC3,
rare.
and I
Well,
think
let me
the
clarify.
hold on,
barbecue sauce.
can I
Let me
clarify
clarify.
that
Let me
too?
clarify. Let me clarify. It's rare for people that aren't controlling.
No, it's rare in the way
Um,
that it's
like,
rare in the way that Jay does it
Agreed.
versus what I believe SC3 be like, I'm ordering for you and I'm gonna put my food, I'm gonna do it for you. It's different, the approach is different.
see,
It's
Hey,
perception.
Prince,
Hell
Perception
no.
Prince,
is.
you beat the
Hey,
sister.
it's that's your perception.
And
That's your perception. But
Agree.
I've legit had a
that
situation
that's
where I was like, this is what I want. I want this. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I come back and he's like, the waiter came. I told her to come back so you could order. What?
that's stupid.
Like it was
Now
just
that's different.
no.
That's different.
I mean,
Okay. So ST3 says right away. Jay says there's levels to it. Chad getting his life together. Ha 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 said.
I have a question though, a follow-up question to that. When
Okay.
ST3 says right away, if someone gives you the reins, are you also saying that right away you're responsible for everything right away?
like my bills.
I agree with what you were saying about the levels. I agree with that. But what I'm saying, when I say right away, that you coming in, you're coming with the intention that okay, this is somebody that I want to get to this point with. So I'm gonna go ahead and give them the reins. They're the man in the situation. By you taking reins now, it's like you wanted to be in control. So I agree. That's what when you said what you said, I'm like, that's rare. No, I agree 100%. That was something I would do.
I don't
That's
know if
But
something
it's
that
you
I've done.
said, you
So
just
I
said I
don't
can't give
think
you
that
nothing.
I don't think that a woman goes into the first date thinking this is who I want to be with.
exactly.
I
You
think
know,
what I know from experience is more so let me feel this person out and give it a couple of dates before I can see if I want to actually be with this person, even for a short
you
while. But I do agree with Jay as far as giving some of the quote unquote reins to him, especially when it comes to eating out, just certain things, being, caring about me. Hey, how's your day? And I will open up on my level and give you a little bit more as time goes on. I'm not going to jump right in to give you all my business,
Right.
but
Just
I'm
as
yeah, I
how
don't
also
you
not
know.
give
thinking I'm
the
going to
range.
marry you either on the first date.
Yeah, I don't know if it's how you're saying it, SC3,
but
but it
that but
seems.
that's not
Hold on. Go ahead. His microphone a little loud. Go ahead, D.
Oh yeah, I think it's just how you're saying it. It's like you're saying it in a way that it's just like, oh, well, I'm taking you on a date. Well, I'm doing everything. I'm not. I don't even want to hear what you got to say because I'm in charge. That's kind of how you come off. And
no. Well, if that's my energy, that's my energy. But you can't take what my energy is and perceive it to be something that is in your mind. You're computing it that way.
No,
That's not me. Though. You
but I,
can't.
I mean,
but I
don't
do.
you think that way?
I would disagree. Let me disagree. But before I do that, Dr. Jackson, I like the way your hair look. Your face is really shining right now. And, you know,
It
Oh,
is.
you're
It
glowing,
is.
and I know
thank
with
you.
the
I
smile
thank
and
you.
stuff
Oh my goodness.
you put together very nice.
What that boy came here to put
But
down, you hear me?
I know why you did it. But you know, we'll keep that between us. You know.
Okay.
But
Put down, you hear
what
me?
I was trying to tell you, St,
Straight up.
I do think you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And
Amen.
what I mean by that is how people come off based, you know, they only get to know you based off what their interactions with you, right? So if your
Right.
tone is no, that is true, but until we meet together and we like exchange and build a relationship, I can only go by our interactions. You disagree with that? That's true. That's
Yeah, we're going off of interactions on the podcast, though.
right, but no, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, how you how it comes off. It says, okay, this is who I am as a person. So your delivery can say, okay, if I'm around this person based off numerous interactions with him, I can tell he's this way because he hasn't shown me any other way but this way, right? So to say,
I
but to
mean,
so to say, well, hey, that's all in your mind. That is true. It is in their mind, but it didn't just come from anywhere. It came from what you communicating. So I think it's wise to say, oh shoot, if you see this in me, let me try to display,
Adjust.
adjust and show something that there's definitely a different side to you.
nah, nah,
Oh,
nah,
okay,
nah.
okay, okay. So
You ain't
what?
gotta be
So,
I
finished.
get what you're saying,
so
realist. I get what you're saying.
SC3,
I get what you're saying. I
it's
get
not
what you're
your
saying.
podcast.
But
It's not your podcast. SC3, calm down for a second.
yeah,
I think what we're going to do is focus on answering the questions and not telling each other how they should behave and who they are or
Oh
like.
no, I'm not. So I'm not communicating how he should behave. What I'm communicating is for people to for when things are communicated, like we can hear certain things and just be like, oh
Hey,
shoot.
dog, feeling himself right there,
So
boy.
I
He
think when it comes
lit.
to podcasts too, right? Like as we
Can
start,
you mute him, Brandy?
Yeah.
you gonna mute me.
No,
No, she's talking about the
not
No.
guy.
but I think that's exactly
hear what
what's
you're
being
saying.
done here. Y'all
So
telling me to adjust.
all
Y'all
I
telling me to adjust the way that I deliver when I'm delivering.
That's not what he was
Nobody
saying.
ain't telling you to adjust.
Okay.
I'm saying that if you want to be perceived a particular way, you have to display that. And so if you want to be perceived as however, whatever it is that you giving off, that's how it's being perceived.
Okay. So
Chad didn't answer the last question.
If you
Chad,
want to perceive who
Where
I am, then come, then reach out and hang out with me in person, and then you'll see.
okay, so
But
the
Chad,
we're
only
Man,
gonna go
stand
off of
on
a
your own,
podcast and
man.
us having a discussion.
Focus.
There's varying opinions,
The realist, you
and
have to answer this
we're
question.
never gonna. I don't know if this is the real you guys.
I think a
Should the
female.
female just
I think for me, I think it all depends on the actual female. So if we just like you when you gave the example of okay, if we just start first dating, I know some women I talk to, they prefer a man to already take over the reins, right? So that builds a connection. But for other women who aren't comfortable that way, and you just do it that way, it'll throw off the connection. Oh, he to this, he to that. So I think it all depends on the situation. I think it's based on whatever a female is comfortable with, right? Because you don't know her background, you don't know her history, you don't know what she's been through. So for me to have an expectation or believe that a woman should just give me something without knowing the history, I don't think that's wise.
I also
But uh,
Go ahead.
I also think that Leroy brings up a great point, and in my history, single mothers are sometimes a little more difficult to wrestle the reins from. It's look at Dr. Jackson trying not to give a telltale sign that I'm telling the truth. She trying hard too. I think single mothers, because the burden of responsibility is something that they're comfortable with, sometimes not by choice. I think that sometimes it's a little harder for them to live in giving the reins up because they're single mothers. I think it's a little more difficult. I think they do appreciate help. They do appreciate the break, but I do think that it's difficult sometimes for them to give reins up because of their situation.
And then when we talk
Can I
about
speak to that? Even though I'm not a man.
when we talk about range, like how, because I want to make sure I'm understanding the context. So what are we talking about when we talk about range? Like, as we talk, can y'all did y'all
Control. Control.
Okay.
Can I speak to that? What Jay said, I think, and I'm speaking as a single mother.
And yeah,
I think that
to that too. Go ahead.
there's a difference when it comes to who's sitting across the table from us. I have found out that single men with no children, it's harder to give them the reins because they have a it's all me attitude. They're used to taking care of themselves and it's just them. As a single father or a father, he might not have custody, full-time custody of his child. He seems to be more understanding and it's easier to give him the reins because he understands responsibility. So I think that it is really just who's across the table from me at that particular time, and that'll determine, like Jay said, as far as ordering and things like that. I know him personally, in that he is a father, and so he does have that take care attitude that I would vibe with more than someone who's just single with no responsibility, and it's like, well, I call you when I call you, and I'm living my life YOLO.
And I agree with that because it really depends on the person. It does.
Yeah.
Because, for example,
and
go ahead.
as a woman who does not have children, I do prefer someone that doesn't have children because when I want to go somewhere, I want to go somewhere. I don't want to have you'd have to find a babysitter. And I'm like, God, dog, are we in this? Are we doing this again? So I will say that. This comment says it's hard for single women without children to let go of the reins when you have been doing it by yourself for so long. True.
Single women without children
sitting across from you.
Wait a minute.
To give up the reins to some people.
If you're single without children, you think it would be harder to give up? You would think that person
not harder, but it is hard also.
Oh, because I thought that statement didn't say harder.
Oh, it did say harder. I wouldn't say it's harder.
I think it's hard as a man, and this is no disrespect. Who is that? First of all, before I say this,
it don't matter. Say it.
Yeah, as a man, I think that is.
Tell on me, ain't that something?
For a man, I think that's difficult to hear. That's difficult to hear a single woman saying, I don't have children, and it's harder than me. You want me to believe that a woman who has children that she has to care for could give me the reins quicker than a woman who has no children? You sound like a headache and a problem.
I'm sorry. He's talking to you, girl. He's talking to you, girl.
That was the ST3 in me. I'm sorry. But you sound like if I gotta come in and fight you and you don't have no children, you mean to tell me it's hard to fight you? I mean, I have to fight you to lead,
No,
and you have no children. What is it that seems difficult for me to hear?
Gerard, I didn't perceive that from that statement. What I got from that statement is that a person who is a single woman without kids is harder because a woman who has kids already understands the position in the role, right? And because they already understand the position in the role as it relates to giving up the reins, because they've done that, right? They've been in a relationship, they got kids, right? So versus a woman who's single, you know what I'm saying, who've been doing everything on her own, it's gonna be that struggle is gonna be completely different
So you
because
mean single and never dated?
I
Not
wouldn't say
necessarily.
because they could have dated, but they just, you know what I'm saying, because I feel like a lot of this stuff is really in a level of maturity,
But
right?
how do you assume that a woman who has children, who has dated before, has experience with giving up the reins? She could have dated and not given up the reins and got pregnant.
Yeah,
I think both of them are equally hard, and everybody you're only going to say what's hard, what position you're in is hard. So
Now I gotta see what
I
it
don't
says
know what
because I
it's
hope I'm not
like,
offending somebody.
but I don't know what it's like to be a single, no, single without children person at 37, because that's not my life. So I'm only going to be able to say what's hard for me. And we always think it's easier for the other person. The grass is always green on the other side. So I can say that both are true. Because you can have both statements be true. So that's her truth.
And I would like for everybody to take a moment to share
Well,
this to their Facebook or to whatever social media platform they have, and make sure you like, subscribe, go to the YouTube channel, and do all that. She says not offended at all. All right. So the next question: how long for a man to show or to know that he wants to marry her? Don't all answer right, at the same time. And
uh,
that can be specific to you. You don't have to do
I
what
wish
you don't
I
want.
would have asked my question before this one came.
You want to ask your question real quick? Go ahead. What's your question? We'll go back to that one.
So my question was about placeholders, because there are men who go ahead and be with somebody for years and years, engaged and so forth, and keep this woman around, and then they'll the relationship will end, and within 6 months they're married to somebody else. So it's
What's the
about placeholders. So do you? It's a factual question. So do you guys have you ever been guilty of keeping a placeholder?
hold on. When you give me that example again, you said he was married and engaged, but
Basically, he was with somebody for several years, never married the woman. Then their relationship ended, and within 6 months, he's married to someone else.
so that means, so you defining that as a placeholder because that happened?
Kind of.
Oh,
So, have you ever been guilty of using or keeping a woman as a placeholder, even though you possibly never had any intention of marrying her?
yeah.
Can I try to make another example? And you can tell me if I'm wrong on this example.
Go
So
ahead.
so who you really want to be with is D, right? That girl right there. But until she realizes your greatness, you're dating me. Have you ever been guilty? Is that like an example?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have been guilty of that. I think I have been guilty of that, and I think sometimes, and I hate to seem like I'm blaming a woman. Sometimes a woman is to blame. When I was younger, I was pursuing a girl who was like, we're just friends, but she didn't want me to be friends like that with anyone else. And I was dating other people, although I knew in the back of my mind, whenever she mentally prepared, that's who I wanted to be with. And I remember one of my mentors said, you can't like two people at a time. And I disagree with that. I think I still disagree with that it is possible to like two people at a time. You just have to decide which one you want to commit to, if you want to commit to one at all. So I think placeholders are a real thing. But I think now that I'm older, I don't know if for me, if there's an intentional to date someone and string them along, knowing I don't want them until something else comes open. I think sometimes you can be in a relationship and you know that it's probably not going to be the last one, but it's fun while you're here, and there's no decision to change anything yet. So you're just here. I don't think that's the same thing as placeholding, though.
What would be the difference? Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think placeholding is I have you here, knowing that there's someone else, or maybe I don't know that there's someone else, but I have you here knowing that this is not what I want. I think that's different than saying I have you here and I really wish that this could be what I end up with, but in my mind I know it's like, for example, I don't want any more children. My baby boy is 8. So if I'm dating someone and she wants children, I'm not placeholding. I may be maybe trying to wrap my head around the fact maybe I could have children. Maybe I could be converted and have children. I don't see that as stringing you along, but it would be different if I were adamant for sure. I don't want children, and I'm holding your place. So I think those are different things, but they probably affect the woman the exact same way.
I think that I would define a placeholder as someone who's there just so you're not lonely until the next person comes. Like I'm with you because I don't want to be by myself, but when someone I really want come along, you have to go.
I'm a placeholder.
Huh, okay. I like the bluntness. All right, hold on. ST3, would you like to chime in on this one? Are you guilty of?
Well,
Forgot how was here. You're not answering ST3?
Look like he froze.
I don't know. I
He
see
Oh, you
doesn't
that.
look.
talking to me?
Yes.
You said,
Yeah,
am I guilty of having a placeholder?
being a
Have you
placeholder.
ever been? Mhm.
I mean, based on your definitions, yeah.
Okay.
But
Real. Oh, I'm
at the
sorry.
same time, I think for me, yeah, I said for
stand
me,
on that shit,
I
man.
go on with the intention that, okay, no, hear me out. I said, I go on with the intention that, okay, this person could work out, and I try to evaluate and let everybody have a chance, and see if it works out. But most cases, it doesn't. And I won't say that I bring people along. I mean, I don't bring them along.
You would say you're not guilty of
If it doesn't
placeholding.
work, it doesn't.
So you would say you're not guilty of placeholding because you give everyone an opportunity to be that person.
I give everybody an opportunity to be the person, because I don't know until I actually know, right? You don't know what you don't know. So you know the qualities you're looking for. You know, at least I do. I know the qualities I'm looking for. I know, both the spiritual, physical, mental. I know the qualities I look for, and I try to give them a chance to meet those. And if they don't, then it's like, all right, well, I don't, I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Okay.
I don't want to waste my time, and I'm content with, you know, letting you go, because at the end of the day, if you're in the place, then that removes the space for the person that should be there. So, I don't necessarily like to have somebody in the place that shouldn't be there. Right? So, if you're holding that person's place, then how can another person come into that place? That's how I look at it.
Okay. The realist.
I don't know. I love them all, so I'm hoping it's gonna work out with every last one of them. So if it don't, I gotta start adjusting. So, uh, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider. I don't know if that's a placeholder or not, but if I'm fooling with you and I realize, all right, hey, this might not work, I'm already all right. Let me see what else is out there. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm still giving them the space to try to correct to see if it'll work. You feel me? So, but if I'm doing it based off what Ashley said, then I would say I haven't necessarily had somebody there because I was necessarily lonely emotionally, but physically I was lonely and I needed to dust something off. So
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question before we go right up to
I don't
that?
think that's a placeholder though. I think that's just
Haha. You also have haha to answer too. But go ahead. Go
I,
ahead,
I
uh,
John.
was going to say it.
Hold up.
So
SC3 was saying you don't think that's a placeholder?
no, it's not a placeholder. I think everything has its own thing. Like if no, I'm saying I don't. If you talking about being lonely or looking to dust one off, like I don't think that's what it is. The thing is just you dusting it off. Like that's not somebody you trying to string along. I mean, obviously is a thing of making your intentions clear.
I,
So if you're just trying to come in and
Off for me.
Dr. Jackson, how did you know I was looking at you? Why
Okay,
are you turn to the
Jay, you
side?
had a follow-up question?
Yeah, I think.
I didn't even finish, but
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
yeah. I mean, no, I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
like if you just it's all good. It's the thing of if you gotta make your intentions clear. If it's just you coming in here, y'all just trying to get it kicking, then that's it, you're kicking it. But if you're trying to date, then you make that clear. Like, hey, I want to date you. I see qualities in you that I can go the distance with. But just making it clear, like, all right, this is what we're doing. I just, you kind of, even if, and in most cases, I mean, I won't say that I always say, hey, I just want to do this, but you kind of always insinuate it. Like, you don't get any more than just that. Like, hey, this is what we're doing right now.
Okay. Jay, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. I think that um, what what if this is a pursuit, a mutual pursuit, one or the other? What if it's not placeholding at all? What if it's because you do have to earn somebody's devotion for a lifetime, right? Male and female. So what if I like you enough to give you a shot? I'm not just 100% convinced yet. I think that before we go off on a tangent with this placeholder ability, what if a man is literally in his pursuit, or while he's being pursued, because it goes both ways. What if he's just not convinced yet, and then he decides, okay, I haven't been convinced yet, and someone convinces him quickly. I think placeholding may be sometimes described as that, but it may be what I just described instead.
Is that for the? I'm assuming that's for the men to answer. I mean, if it's mutual, then it's mutual. Like SG3 said, if it's discussed, if it's communicated, then it's communicated. And it is what it is. It's not a placeholder. It's a mutual agreement. All right. How long does it take for a man to know that he wants to marry a woman, his woman, that woman who he's with?
It's different for every man.
I'm sorry.
It's different for every man.
Right. I'm working on yourself. Talk about yourself.
What did
For
he say?
me, I don't.
He said it's different for every man.
Oh, I think that there is not
He was
a
gonna answer though.
He was still
oh,
answering.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I'm muting again.
I mean, how long does it take for a man to know?
How long does it take for you to know that?
How long does it take for me to know?
Mhm.
You know, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be married. I'll leave it at that.
I knew it, my boy. That's the only reason you're not married. I knew it.
I
I want to answer.
okay.
No, that's not the only reason why.
I want to. I want to answer. I don't think that there's a rhyme or reason to it. I don't think that a man. No, I don't think it's a how long. I think a man knows the woman that he would marry. I think it's a matter
Right.
of. Yeah, I think it's a matter of. Um, I think maybe a better question is, how does a man know, or how do I know that this is somebody I want to marry? But I don't know if it's about a long length of time as much as it's about length of character.
How long does it take you to recognize that in a person?
Right.
Basically, the
That's
question.
basically right. Yeah.
I met a girl at Wawa today. I almost proposed to her.
And I mean, it honestly, like, that's the thing about it. Every man, there's a thing that, like, hey, yeah, I'll marry her, but it's like, truth be told, like, it's everything has to align. Everything, like, from character to just where you are in your life, yeah, on your journey. You get what I'm saying? Like, all of those things have to align with one another for you to, like, just know. And for most men, I'm not speaking for every man, but all of those things don't always align. But those dudes who do get married within a short period of time, at that point in their life, all those things align. The woman was the right woman. The finances that they felt to get it done was right. The point of that they were in their life and in their career was right. Everything kind of lined up. So that's why they're able to just do it within a short period of time. That's why they can meet somebody within 6 months and be like, all right, bam, I'm here. Because those other things have aligned. But to say, like, when like, I can agree with, Gerard when he says, like, you know a woman you want to marry, but it's like, we all know a bunch of women that we would put that would make good wives, that can make good wives for us, but that doesn't necessarily mean all the things align, because it could be on both ends. They don't align properly. You know what I'm saying? There's things about their character that, even though, okay, they might have good wife qualities, they are missing some things to be your wife, because the things that you're going to require as a man, it won't align. At some point, there's going to be some kind of a disconnect. And rather than going and rushing into a situation and risking, you know, everything, because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing by getting married. You're risking half of your stuff. You're risking not only that, but heartbreak and a bunch of other things, rather than rushing into a situation like that. It's like,
I got something I want to say.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
I just want to say this real quick before you say that. Don't forget, ST3, you have got to see how their facial expressions change when you talk. Oh,
I see it.
Ash, go
I
ahead.
see it.
I think the reason why my face is kind of like twisting over here is because I agree with what you're saying, that it takes time, but I just can't pair that with your other statement about giving up the reins the first date. So why does it take time for the man to figure out, do I really want to marry this girl? But I gotta come to the first dinner ready to give you control of my life, because I'm supposed to know all, just because I looked at you, that you're who I want in a guy.
That's
I just feel like
exactly
it
what I
just
was
doesn't make
Well,
like.
like
My
my
I come in.
thing, like your previous statements are not aligning to what you're saying right now.
Took
right.
the words from my mouth.
This is what it is. This how it's gonna be. You
ST3,
want
they
a woman.
got you on the ropes.
Boom, beat her over the head. You
They don't
want
They
got
a
me
got you.
nowhere.
Well, y'all
They got
sitting
you on the
there
They don't got
want
me
to see
It
the
nowhere.
wood of
doesn't
y'all
matter.
toe.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
matter.
But here's the thing about
mutual agreement between the two of you. So yeah, that's why my face is like, what?
And then you're like, oh,
One
she has to
plus
have her
one is making
finances,
zero.
but I thought you was providing everything. So I'm
First
confused. Like, so
in
I
my
have to
No,
head.
have.
I didn't say anything about her finances.
You
I
did.
said
You said her
everything about the man.
finances have to align.
Yeah.
You did say that.
No, 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 no. I said the man. Things have to align for himself.
You said
It's a matter of his finances aligning. It's a matter of the things that he's looking for aligning. Either where he's at in his life, where he's at in his career, where he's at in his finances. All of those things aligning, and then the woman showing up and being there, and that all connecting together. That's when a man could, I said, get married within 6 months. Could be married, bam, like that within a quick time. That's
Somebody,
what I said.
I'm gonna say you did not.
yeah,
But if you
somebody
want to
put
say
that.
that
Well,
if you want to say you said that,
Maybe
that's
that's what
fine.
you meant, but that's not what
go
you
Right.
back
said.
and watch.
You go
Well,
back
see,
and
that's
watch
it
it.
again.
You
Yeah,
go back and
go.
watch
That's what
it.
I mean. No, I'm not gonna. I know what I say. I'm very calculated about what I say.
And
Maybe
let
I
me
do
break
that. I do
in.
that every week.
Break in and say
I do that
this.
every week.
There's one
Every
video
week.
where everybody was like, "You said this," and you were like, "No, I didn't." And I went and watched that. And if you watch the comments, I put the exact time in which you said it, the exact time when you said I did not say that, so that you said it. I watched it, one of the previous ones. But anywho, realist, did you want to add to this question? How long does it take? Or how where you been? How what's up?
Oh man, I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
Well, what's your answer?
So, about the marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah, about the marriage.
Oh, yeah.
I wish your
Don't get
internet
me
was
on here lying. What?
Yeah.
What? Don't get me on here live talking about the marriage. I don't know. I really don't know. To be honest.
Okay.
Okay.
ST, I mean not
That's
ST3,
fair.
the realist. Did you want to add
I think what Gerard said was accurate. So for me personally, I can tell within about between 30 to 60 days. I'm asking the real questions already out the gate. I'm not having surface level conversations. I'm really trying to get down to the nitty gritty to see, what I'm saying, what time it is. So for me,
What say 30 to 60 days?
whether I can tell if I want to marry the person, because that's giving her enough time to show me her character, show me who she is. We done had enough
30.
conversations of where I could, you know what I'm saying?
he said to know if he wants to marry her. He ain't said 30 to 60 days
Yeah.
to marry her.
Yeah.
I'm saying well, he treating her like a car. Goddamn. Shit. 30 to 60 days?
He said just
Yeah.
to know, he said just to know if that's somebody he would want to marry. Because
No,
men
I agree with
are decisive people.
I don't know. 30 to 60. That's 2 months. Yeah, 1 or 2 months. You already know what you gonna do.
Yeah,
Right.
because
And I feel like how much time are
Shit,
y'all
you might
spending?
well ask.
well,
Well, shit, you might well ask her when you go on the first date. Hey, baby, I think
But
you
I
the
remember,
one. Shit.
remember
Soon as you order that,
I don't know.
soon as you order that salmon and garlic potatoes,
Come on,
baby, you the one,
broccoli.
baby.
Come on.
Well,
Shit, baby, baby, you the
know.
one.
I wouldn't.
I
I,
You
remember
the one.
I would. I wouldn't know if she the one, but I do.
What the fuck are we waiting time for?
I do know.
What we wasting time for?
Yeah, yeah,
You the one.
we're
but I
going off the
remember
30
rails.
to 60 days?
yeah.
Shit. What?
Okay, go ahead,
so
realist.
I appreciate it. I don't know if she the
Well, you
one.
don't waste no time. What?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Shit, man.
Will you hush mute your phone, man?
yeah.
I'm
So,
just saying. 30 to 60?
yeah.
Well, you move fast. What?
He finna
You
explain.
don't waste no time.
but
He
I
finna
don't. But
explain.
Even
may,
go ahead.
I don't know if I'm
Go
moving
ahead.
fast. You might be thinking slow, but I'm
No, you moving fast, my man. I
no,
like that Tupac shirt on, but you moving fast, my
no,
boy.
right. No, but see, I think what you thinking I'm saying is I'm gonna marry somebody in 30 or 60 days. That's not what I'm
I
saying.
mean, that's what you said.
That's not what I
You'll
said.
know.
No, no.
If you know,
The question was how
if
long
you
does it
know,
take
then you
for a
would do.
man to know? Just because I know doesn't mean that I'm going to propose immediately. So for me, when I'm around certain women, I already know I'm like, dang, this ain't even gonna work. I can already tell out the gate. I can tell out the gate because I can tell from our conversation whether she can hold a conversation or not, whether the conversation is stimulating in my mind, and that don't always necessarily got to be a deal breaker for me because I still work with a woman who may not stimulate me mentally, but she can show up for me emotionally. So I'm looking at all those different things that I know about me that I like, and whether a woman can show up for me in that way, and it don't take me longer than 30 to 60 days to figure out whether a woman can show up for me in those particular areas because I already know what I want. I'm intentional. I know what I like. But if you talk to me, if you talking to the same Leroy 10, 15 years ago, now we having a different conversation, right? Because that's not where I was at. That's not where I was at as a man. But where I'm at now, 42, yeah, I'm already knowing. This ain't my first rodeo. I already know what time it is. So
I think what Dirk is saying though, if you know that you can marry her in 30 to 60 days, then I agree with what he's saying. That's equivalent to saying let's get married. If you know I can marry you, then what you might as well get married because
why should you might as well get married just
Hold on, Luke.
just because you know
Because you know.
because
that don't
you
mean
know.
Because you know.
if you say you know, I just was gonna say you sound like a placeholder. If you know in 30 to 60 days and you date her for a year or two after that, I think that 1000% you're a serial placeholder, flag on the play, because if you know, why aren't you having that conversation? Are you not having it because you don't know if she knows?
Now what you just did was add another element to the equation, right? And that element is, well, how come you didn't have that conversation? That wasn't the question.
No, but when he said that you might as well marry her, you said either talking slow, I'm thinking too fast, you thinking slow, whatever you said to him, as if what you said made sense. But I think to the majority of us, if you know that you will marry her, then what's stopping you from proposing to her?
That's a
And
different
you
question,
said
though.
that like you
That's
said it like he's crazy for thinking that.
no,
And
no,
I
no, no.
feel like 30 to 60 days, this is me personally, you haven't experienced enough, in my opinion, to judge if she could be there for you emotionally and mentally. Because there are some things that come along in life that, I mean, it may, I think the studies like in a year or year and a half, you've gone through all the emotions, so that person's got to see every side of you. But in 60 to 30 to 60 days, you're still putting up a front. I don't do that, but a lot of people still putting up. They still got a mask on. She's still trying to talk soft and make sure she's doing it a certain way. You have to really live life with somebody to really say, you know what, you the one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you?
I appreciate that feedback, and I know it's all subjective, right? Like there's a lot of assumptions, right? Oh, well, this person is putting up a front. You don't know that. That's an assumption, right? But if they not put a skirt, if they not putting up a front, right, and they are communicating back, and they are,
He did his own ad lib.
I'm having that. I like that, my boy. And I am having that
Yes,
conversation.
sir.
Are having conversations. I don't necessarily, because just because I know that's what I want doesn't mean I have to always go in to make that proposal. Because I also got to think about, just because that's what I want, how I know what her timeline is. How do I know what she want? What's her vision on the way that she want to do things? So I may know something, but she may not. She may not have that same idea as me. So I gotta respect that part about the situation as well. And I'm thinking y'all just seeing it from one particular point of view, when I'm seeing it from a holistic point of view, right? And I get that you believe that, hey, in 30 it could take up to a year to see all these emotions, but for me, you know what I'm saying, I guess from when I look at it from an emotional standpoint, like certain questions that I ask, hey, how are you around, how do you deal with grief? How do you show up for people? How do you show up for people that deal with grief, right?
See, I think
And
I feel like realist. What I feel like what real.
Mhm.
And sorry, D, you next. I'm just gonna say this real quick. I feel like the realist is saying, I know that there's something in you that I want to marry, and it's not necessarily I want to marry you right now or I want to marry
correct.
you.
Yeah.
I
we
feel
get
like
that. No,
no,
we get
Well,
that.
I mean, every girl you talk to is something that you want to marry. I can
That's
look
not
at you
true.
right now, look at them red lips on you, and say, "God damn, boy, I wants to marry her."
Yes,
yes, you
yes, girl.
do.
He
But
talking
shit,
about you. Yes,
That
Right.
ma'am.
I'm like,
yeah,
but
that's
shit,
lust.
but goddamn,
Hey,
30, 60
hey, don't
days.
take the Lord's name in vain.
So
D.
my
I
thing
said
was
God. I ain't say God. Let
Okay,
me
D.
calm down, sir.
Uh-huh.
so I remember a couple months ago when we were talking when I was in the cabin. When we were talking and we were saying that
Oh, please, when I was in a cabin.
no, remember
Yeah. So
whatever. We were talking about we were having a conversation and then we were talking about how the difference can occur where if you're spending, it depends on how much time you're spending with this person, because most men are very decisive, because it's dependent on if you're having 2 dates per week with this person, or you're actually with this person a lot, because you can know a lot about a person when you're spending 60 straight days with them.
I want to say
And
this.
that was my question. How much time are they
Exactly,
spending
how much
together?
time are they spending with
But
each
I
other?
don't think asking me how do I handle grief. This is me. And I want to speak to what the realist said about holistically. We're not looking at things holistically. We're looking at them as you as an individual, not made up person as well. And I think that if you would have asked me how do I handle grief 5 years ago, my answer would have been different until I experienced the loss from someone that was close to me. Then I realized, oh wait, I don't handle that like I thought I did. I didn't handle that right. So I think certain experience, I can answer a question all day long, but until I've experienced it, I can't answer that uh honestly. And I think every loss is different. Like I lost my granddad, it didn't really affect me, even though I was close to him. But when I lost, another family member, it became like, wait a minute. So I think, yeah, we can ask questions and try to dig deep, but who knows the answer to anything. You'd ask me, would I still be married 5 years ago? I would have said, yeah. Well, maybe not 5 or 6.
Yeah, but even in your responses, I think it validates what I'm saying, right? That even in asking the question, I found out more about how you handle grief. With your granddad, you handled it one way. With something that was closer to you, you handled it a different way. 5 years ago, even in that same situation, you're saying that I matured. Well, I took this situation that I took as a personal loss, and I didn't even know I experienced it this way. So I realized I would have handled it different. So what that tells me about you is you reflect on certain things, and you look at the stuff that you want to do and see how you can your errors, and you don't mind self-correcting to get better. And that's something I'm comfortable with.
Are
But
you
if you
okay?
ask, but
What?
I think that, and this is not about me,
What?
but I think that if I was asked that
That's
question
what you got
today,
out of that?
my answer
Yeah,
would be,
that's what I
That was
my
got.
answer would be,
great.
I
That was
don't
a great
know.
amount. That was a great assessment, though. I think.
Well, I think he knows me as well, so he's adding prior knowledge on top of
No,
everything.
I'm saying if
I'm
you
just saying,
if you was just a
I think
woman,
that
if you was just a woman communicating that, that's
All
what I
right,
got from what you
I'll
I
communicated.
think
I'll
What?
piggyback.
if
I'll
I was asked
piggyback
that
off the
question
realist.
as where I was today, how do I
I ain't
handle
get that.
grief? I don't know, and I think
I,
that
I
I would
ain't get that.
I
Cause
probably be
everybody
I'm
had the
gonna
grief
answer. I
different.
don't know.
Okay.
I
But
would
even
I would piggyback off of what the realist said about how he watched your response to that, and he took his own analysis. Now you're never going to really know until you actually see them experience it.
at
But
all.
like what he said, I agree with him. Based on how you responded to that, it shows okay, you at least are a reflective person, right? And so those are things that you would say, okay, I can work with those things because you don't never know a person until you actually are with them. But those like for him doing 30 to 60 days, I don't disagree with him saying that because he's looking at it from that standpoint. He's like, all right, I'm listening to what she says and whatever she responds, I'm okay, she's this kind of person based off of her response, or she's
Right.
that kind of person based on her response. Then you watch the action based on what the response that was given. And you could kind of tell pretty quick if you're paying attention.
And I
Right.
also think before you say something, Jackie, I also think that it's what you're like. I go into a relationship like, okay, let me see if I can actually marry this person. I'm not dating just for the fun of it. I don't date just for the heck of it. If I'm dating with intention, then I am looking for certain things. I am paying more attention to certain things than I am other things. So it depends on how and what you're going into it. Jay, go ahead.
Two things. First thing, I need Dr. Jackson's phone number because our facial expressions tonight have been something. I want to text you to see what you're thinking during these broadcasts. Secondly, I
Don't
remember
do
I remember dating a girl, and after 5 days, I playfully said, "Would you marry me?" And she said yes. It completely cooled me off to her and she was serious. It 1,000%.
That's horrible.
I said you have bad judgment. That's what in my head. That's what I was thinking, and I think I said that to
So
say
she has
this.
bad judgment because she decided that yes. So if you ask a woman if she would marry you, and you really like this woman,
If
and
a
she
woman is, if a woman says yes to you in 4 or 5 days, and you know the real you, and you know you haven't shown her enough for her to make, like I think what her name is not on the broadcast no more, so I'm just gonna call her Dreadhead over there. What she was saying earlier, I do think that there's a level of uncertainty for someone who could say they're going to rush into a decision. Mm-hmm. For someone that's going to rush into a decision like that, for me, it was a red flag, even though I asked the question. So I think that it's not a matter of time, but there's a difference between what you're willing to marry and what you want to marry.
Okay. We're gonna go to the next question because we're gonna be on this all live long day. So here's your next question. All right. All right. It says, what is one non-sexual thing your woman must do?
I like that question.
Thank you. That's one of mine.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
She
No.
must. She
No,
must
no.
do her best to attempt to try to stimulate me mentally.
I like that
Good
answer.
one.
And
I
then
like
also
I love that.
and then also be able to uh comprehend what I'm saying
That part.
without responding to how what I said made her feel. That is a turn on for me. To take accountability. That's a something that's a turn on. Accountability, self-reflecting is a turn on. Being able to show up for me emotionally. That is a real big turn on. Being a safe place for me to land emotionally, as I can, and then somebody who has not who can communicate, who has effective communication. So those are my non-sexual turn on.
Okay. So someone that can stimulate you mentally. All right. That was your, okay.
Well, that was my clarifying question. Are we saying non-sexual things to turn me on? Non-sexual things that she must do. Period. Like cook and clean. Not what I mean. What non-sexual
Well,
things?
is turning you on a sexual thing?
No, it doesn't have to be.
Just however you interpret the question.
There you go.
Okay. So I think some non. I think she has to be light and funny. I think that's important. I think that one thing that women underestimate about uh, black men is that there's so many pressures outside of your outside that you don't want a hardened woman. You want a softer you want a softer woman. You want to be able, and I can hear. Well, yeah. So I think that's one thing. I think her temperament has to be something. I think another thing she can do that's non-sexual is be mindful of what she looks like when I come around. Uh,
I need you
be,
to explain that one. So I can't
uh,
rewind it.
I had a conversation even today when the man comes to a certain level where he is very looking at is just as important as touching, and sometimes it's halfway there. So if your hair is always in a ponytail, you always got on gym shorts, a t-shirt, you take no effort in your physical appearance, even just around the house.
I feel
E-
attacked.
Even just around the house, if you take no effort in your physical appearance, now I ain't saying you got to be Meg the Stallion, but at least be, if you ain't gonna be Meg the Stallion, be Megan the little Clydesdale or
The
something.
donkey.
The pony.
Yeah.
I feel
Right.
attacked. Hold on. Being that this is men centered, men focused. How you haven't answered ST3? You haven't answered either.
Clydesdale. It was the Clydesdale for me.
If you know
Uh,
you
one non-sexual thing. I mean, say what you mean and mean what you say. Be a be about your word. Be a woman of your word.
Okay. What is going on over here? Okay. Haha.
I
Did
know he
you?
got Tourette's. I don't know. I don't know if he's doing something up
I
there.
would say,
Be being a woman.
just non-sexual thing is, I mean, put me first above, I guess, talking on the phone. Like if I come home from work, I'd be like, hey, let me call you back. Let me tend to my man real quick, and then okay, let me get suited and booted. Then okay, you can go and jump back on the phone or whatever. But I guess tend to your man needs first, not sexually just being there for him, have a plate for him, or how was your day, give him a kiss when he walk in the door, or some shit like that, like some simple shit.
Okay.
okay.
I
I don't know
dig it.
why you're aggravating me
Let that
so much.
man be. Let that man be.
I think
Okay,
it's
D, uh,
Yeah, nigga, shut up.
do you have? Oh, Jesus, do you have anything that y'all? Do you have a question in either one of you? No.
No, I didn't have a question. I had a comment to what Jay said. I had an uncle that said, my wife when we would go on a trip because he was married. He said she'll just have on something so raggedy on the road trip. He said, but my girlfriend on the side, she would always have on her little riding dress and she so that did something for him, and so that goes back to look nice, and that was my takeaway from that. Like, make sure you look good. Don't just do it down because you with me. I wanted so
what
I thought that was a lesson I put in my front pocket, even though I look crazy on these podcasts.
I think that the real truth, and to piggyback on what Dirt said. I just told the word your name. Uh, to piggyback on what he said, I think that there is something when you women who step out and take an hour to get ready. You do makeup, you do your hair, you dress nice, this, that, and other, and you don't do that at home. That sends a message that you may not be trying to convey. And I think what Ashley just said about her uncle, it is the woman who does go a step further. They read it different. My brother said something that's extremely true when he said, "Fix him a plate." Do you know how many women cannot cook that don't realize even if you cannot cook, feeding me is still your responsibility. Whether it's you go get the food, whether it's you take the thought process out of me, this is what we're going to eat, this is what I picked up, this is what I ordered out. A man still desires, even if you didn't cook it, for you to serve him food. I don't know what it is about it. Even if you cannot cook, it's still your responsibility. If you're going to get Chick-fil-A, hey, I got Chick-fil-A, order it the way I like it and set it in front of me, and I'm going to eat it even if you didn't cook it and be just as satisfied. That is a very real thing.
Now, see, if I would have said that, I'd beat my
Yeah.
woman.
No.
You,
What?
If I would have
you,
said that, if I would have said that, the response would I'd beat my woman.
Well, it
If
depends
I
on
would have
how
said
you
something like that.
know.
Actually,
I mean,
actually, no,
If you would have
not
said it, the nigga would have agreed, man. That's all. That's it. That's it.
yeah, yeah.
That's it.
because my
It ain't
question
that. It ain't that deep, bro. It ain't that
because
deep.
my
Nigga would have
question is
agreed.
Yeah.
I always get dudes that say, I don't need no woman to cook for me. I don't need nobody to serve me. I can do that for myself. And now you're
No,
saying that
no, 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 no,
how you gonna
no.
tell me now? I know what I've been told. And then
But
you're saying,
them
I
niggas
accept it.
wrong.
That's something that I would love to do. I'm cool with that. But now you're saying
Mm.
that, so I'm like,
no,
mm,
but
what do I
even
do?
if you
It
don't,
wasn't me.
even if you don't cook, and for me, the way I was raised, even if you don't cook, like for example, in my family, I have 9 aunts and no uncles. They were really big that a woman had to fix her husband's plate. Like literally, if I took a girlfriend around to my family's house for the gathering, even if she was just my girlfriend, when it's food time, Thanksgiving, all the wives would run in the kitchen to fix her husband's plate, and they would be looking at my
Really?
girl. They would be looking at the girlfriend like, are are you gonna fix his plate? Even if you didn't cook the food, if we get pizza and I put it on and we put it on the countertop, the woman should be saying, "Okay, sit down. I'm gonna get the pizza. Put it on the plate. Do you want marinara with your breadsticks and bring it to you?" I'm telling you, even if you cannot cook, those little things go a long way with a man.
Noted.
Well, in island culture,
What?
that's like almost ingrained in women to do that. They do that from the young age, and
Is
and
that
in
more
most situations, what was that?
is
I'm
that my
saying, you
problem?
know
Or
how
this
big it is to greet your man when he come through the door from a hard day's of work.
We just learned. We just got it. You just said it, my guy.
can
I
Hold on.
think some
ST3 was still talking about island culture. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in island culture, that's something that's ingrained at a young age for a woman to do that. And in some cases, you'll even have like your sibling, your sister, or something doing that for you. In most cultures outside of Western culture, that's something that's done. Where it's like the woman would serve the men, brothers, whatever. They would serve them. or they would already have, you know, the plates prepared, even from your mothers. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that I grew up with, at least with a mother and with aunts and and whatnot. Obviously, as things get more like westernized, especially as the cultures come here and become more westernized, that's something that they get away from. But that's something that's like ingrained. It's like, hey, and they don't ask you if you want marinara or whatever. They just kind of just put something on your plate. You know,
Eat
most
it.
people right, but they just put it. You don't eat it. You don't eat it. You know what I'm saying? But they fix your plate according, and then obviously they just fix it according to what they know. But they at the same time they're paying attention, right? So they know like, okay, I never seen them eat this, so you probably ain't gonna eat that. And then like, oh, did you want that? It's like, oh, actually, I do like that. It's like, oh, okay. Then next time they go get your plate, they might put it on your plate. But it's never a thing. I mean, it's that like into your thing, Brandy, where a man was saying, "Oh, they don't want you to do that. I can do it myself." I challenge you to just do it anyways and see what happens.
Challenge accepted.
Do it
Brandy,
anyways and watch what happens. They're gonna be like, "Whoa, who is this woman?" They're
I
gonna
think
they're gonna be a
I think
different
that's in
perspective.
me to do anyway. So
So then, yeah, don't let a man come in there and say, "Oh, nah, I can do it," because at the end of the day, I don't care what every man would love to be served.
I don't know. I hear men saying, I hear some men saying aloud like, "Oh, I don't need a woman to cook and clean," but most men say that it is like the most sexy thing when a woman feeds them. So it's like I
Well,
hear
feeds him
don't
like
don't don't don't
make
don't.
sure, when I say feed them, I mean make sure that they eat. Care
Well,
that
don't mistake need for want, right? Because need is like we don't need you to do it
that's
because
what
we
I
could do it.
said. They said they don't need it,
Right,
but it would be a great
right, but
and it was something that they would really desire in their relationship if their woman would make sure that they eat, would fix their plate for them.
I,
okay.
I
I,
understand that. I'm just
Go ahead.
I would almost blend need and want together because when the man says, "Oh, I don't need you to do it," they're more so saying like I can take care of it, but because I'm capable of doing it myself, but I want you to do it,
I,
So
I,
I
I,
was almost
I'm sorry.
So then it goes
I was just
back to
saying I was just blur it.
say what you mean what you say.
1000%. That's what I was going to say. I think that men have a problem with being vulnerable about real needs. I think men have a problem with being vulnerable about real needs. So they say things like that. For example, my 9 aunties, they taught me and my brothers how to cook, how to sew, how to clean, because they wanted us to be independent. But that doesn't mean I've been in one relationship my entire life where this girl went out of her way to literally baby me, not baby me in an unhealthy, emasculating, make me a loser way, but to
Stroke
make
you.
me feel like she had me. And it is a difference. A man does enjoy that. When a man can be vulnerable and he feels like somebody has him too, I don't care if he is an alpha male. That joke, you can bring him ravioli, Chef Boyardee out the can, and he'll eat it like it's a steak because you brought it to him, sat it in front of him, and don't mess around and bring him a cup of something to drink with a napkin. You folded up a paper towel and put it next to the ravioli. That joker gonna act like he at a
I
five-star
don't know about that
restaurant.
ravioli shit, man.
Come
I ain't,
on, come on, good one, ha.
I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know about that
Um,
ravioli shit, man.
doing a napkin does seem to do something.
If you put that napkin out next to that
Like
joker plate,
it does seem to do something.
boy,
I
you
make
about to
sure there's
get.
a napkin because I feel like I just like gave
Noted.
him little
Noted.
help.
Make
Like
sure the
it's just
napkin is
napkin. Like
there.
here you go.
Yeah, they gotta wipe that mouth now. They gotta get that mouth right.
Right.
Fact.
You gonna have ravioli chunks in your little princess now. You don't bring that napkin now. I'm just saying.
Right. Supply the
I'm,
napkin. All right.
I'm
So
just saying.
your next question is: would you be okay being the homemaker while your woman works? Whoever's watching TV, stop.
What's that?
Yeah,
It will when you get back.
he done made it to work. Obviously, my brother has. Um, I think what
That's
I
my
be
fault. Hey, that ain't me.
Okay, go ahead.
I would you be okay? I think okay is a strong thing. I think though I don't know if I okay. Yeah, I don't know if okay. I think I could do it. I don't think I would be okay. And what I mean by okay, I think it takes a special kind of woman to go to work or be the breadwinner and come home and he's picking up. I know people who've done it. He's picking up the kids and he's actually being a real good homemaker. It takes a special kind of woman not to emasculate him and still let him be a man. Um, so I don't know if okay is. It depends on the woman, I guess. Is my answer.
Okay. Anybody else want to answer that
In
question?
in a world full of fairy tales, that'd be nice, but nah, I want to be okay with it. I kind of try to piggyback off of what Gerard said about being emasculated. Obviously in a perfect world, and you know what I'm saying, if it was, yeah, if it wasn't reality, then yeah, it'd be nice. But at the same time, it wouldn't work. I don't think it could work.
That's interesting. Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. Did you want to answer the realist? That's interesting.
No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
What you eating over there, boy?
Why is
Or
that?
some asparagus and some codfish.
I could tell it was very savory.
Yeah.
Okay, he eating cod. Oh, okay.
Mm.
Um, did you? So you said no, that would not be okay.
No, not at all.
I feel like that's what Stuff would have said. Like that would not be okay.
Yeah,
Who?
I would.
SG free,
I couldn't. So I couldn't sleep at night.
and that's why I said interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I pretty much said. I said in a world of fairy tales, that would seem nice, but
If she was a
it wouldn't work.
if she was a millionaire and your work did not change the value of your life at all, would you still have the same answer?
Say that
If
again.
she was a million, no,
If she
I
was a
would not.
million, if she was a seven-figure earner and your income did not really change the value of life at all, would that change your answer?
What you mean the value? No, it's not even about the. What do you say the value of life? What like what? I want to make sure
You're
I'm.
married to
You
a
wouldn't even
contract.
know. You don't even know that you're making money. She makes
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
money. Your money don't even real. It's not even real. Like it
You're,
doesn't.
It's not. It's not even about her making the amount of money as much as it is about how I feel about myself and my responsibilities. So she could make $10 million, and I still wouldn't want to sit at home and let her be the breadwinner while I'm the homemaker. Nah, heck nah. I still nah. I wouldn't be okay with it, and I wouldn't do it.
What if you have a home-based business and basically she had to go out and work? You'd be fine with that though, as long as you're bringing in money.
Well, yeah, that's different if I got a home-based business, but that's me
It's
choosing
still
to
a
have
business,
something
right?
that
But
something. I
essentially, you're
wouldn't
gonna
be.
be the one mostly at home doing.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. If I got a home-based business, I'm doing my business at home. I'm not cleaning the house. I ain't doing none of that. I'm at work like it's a
What if
9 to 5.
what if your business is like passive income where it makes its own self, where you don't have to do physical work? So you wouldn't clean the house, you wouldn't do the dishes, you wouldn't prepare dinner.
No, hold on. No, it wouldn't be a regular thing. I would no, but I don't. But if you're trying to figure out whether I mind cooking and serving, I don't mind cooking and serving. That's
No,
not
I
an issue.
wasn't saying that. I
Yeah,
wasn't saying that.
yeah. I don't mind cooking. I don't mind serving. But even if my home based business is running on its own, and all I got to do is collect checks, I'm not gonna be sitting at the house every day cleaning up, cooking a meal, so she can have one when she get. No, I'm not gonna do that. Now I order some food. Now I will do that. I
What's the
order food.
difference?
Let me ask this:
Big
Would
difference.
if it were in the reverse and she had a home based business, would you expect dinner every time you got home?
I wouldn't necessarily. Nah, I'm for me personally, I don't got a woman. She can cook or not cook. I ain't big on when I get home from work. You better have me a meal. I ain't big on all that. You know what I'm saying? My main thing is, you know what I'm saying. You know if that you know the box in the throat. You know what I'm saying? So if both of those straight and I get home, that's all I can. You ain't I don't. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to. You ain't got to cook, but you got a. But you gotta have that snap or that gripper. That's what mattered to me the most, and whether you can twirl that tongue.
Well, good night, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. It's been
And
real.
I
the
just
next
you know
question.
that's as good as a home cook. That's better than a home cooked meal for me personally.
I mentioned that snapper and gripper to my boyfriend the other night. He was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He knew what it
Okay.
was. He knew what it was.
So,
No, he said he asked me what's the definition of good um sex from a woman. We'll say, and I say, yes, she gotta have that snapper and gripper effect. He's like, thumbs up.
Yeah. You welcome for that.
Oh Lord.
I ain't gonna charge you.
So here's the next question: do you feel men today are weak? How
Yes,
you want to define it? Who said yes?
I did.
Please elaborate, sir. Because we got scratching of the heads. We had this over here. Please, because
yeah,
you said yes very fast. I agree. Go ahead. Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, I think men first and foremost aren't. There's a fear of embracing who you are and your full manhood, and trying to be accepted, and so you kind of adjust yourself to fit into what other people's perception of a man is, and I think that's if you ask me, I think that's weak because it's like you're limiting yourself, and that's not to say I haven't been there. I've been in that position, and that's why I make it a point to just to be who I am. The people who gravitate to it. The people who don't.
Okay. Head scratcher, body rocker. Y'all got something to say?
I think that this is a tough question. I think that there have been strides in mental and intellectual strength. I think that there maybe have been losses in physical strength. And what I mean by physical strength, I think the presence of a man, I think is different. I think that there's a lot that's different with how men how men respond. I think we argue, we talk, we discuss things more, but I think that we have lost the
Oh,
strength
okay.
of a man physically. I think it's prevalent with our children. Football coaches used to be able. You almost thought they were going to kick your tail, and it motivated you. Now, if a football coach cusses out of high school, he may lose his job. You know what I mean? So I think that there is a weakness in men and how they respond to other men. In our quest to be more intellectual and more understanding and more emotionally aware, I think we have wussified what it is to be a man a little bit.
So you saying that? Are you saying that strength is revealed through cursing, and how well is that what you communicate?
Watch this. Strength may be revealed in how well you respond to cursing.
That's what I'm trying to understand. By that statement? Are you talking about the coach being able that the man as a coach is weak because he can't express himself the way he used to, or are you saying that the kids can't take it? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like,
I think both. I think both of those things are true. And I'll give you an example. When I played football, go ahead.
But I coach Pop Warner, right? With kids, my 13U team, 12U, and 10U. And I see coaches out there cursing, and the kids can take it.
Well, and that may be your example, but at a lot of places they can't. When I played football when I was younger, you had to win to get a trophy. Now everybody gets a trophy, whether you win,
Here's
lost,
a picture.
played or not. And I think that's rolled over into society a lot. And you have a lot of people who want rewards for doing things not well, or some things that they
But
just
how does
shouldn't
that
do.
make them weak, though? I'm trying to understand. How does that equate to them being weak?
Before he answers that question, what is your take on it?
What do you mean? Do I feel?
Do you feel men today are weak?
Oh, I feel like a certain demographic of men are a certain, demographic of men are weak, but I don't think that holistically that men are weak. I
When you
mean,
say a certain demographic, do you
Yeah,
mean
elaborate.
do you mean a certain percentage or an actual demographic, and
oh
what
no,
is
no,
that?
no, no. You know what? A certain percentage. That's what I mean. Good one, Gerard. I appreciate you helping me out with that. Yeah, a certain percentage of men are definitely weak, but I think all around, I don't see. I wouldn't consider that. I wouldn't consider that men today are weak.
Okay. Your next question. What kind of relationship between a man and his mother should a female look for? Or I'll rephrase for some. Um, a relationship between a man and the matriarch of his family. What
Thank you.
should,
There should be respect. There should be respect and honor.
what do you consider respect and honor?
Well, we're respecting her as a matriarch, honoring her as someone who gave life to you, as someone who, for the better part of your life was there for you and took care of you. If
I,
they did that, not everybody has that experience.
I think I agree with that, but I think a woman also should look for a relationship where him and his mom have healthy boundaries.
Okay.
Because a mama's boy, those things are real, and I think
Mhm.
that um, most of my friends, that's their biggest complaint. And I know a lot of women who, and this is gonna sound crazy, I know a lot of women who would rather date a man where his mom is either deceased or not. Like they are 1,000% against dating a man that has a mom, and it's crazy that somebody could wish you're motherless. you
It's
know,
not wishing someone motherless. And this is not about the females. It's not. But I have dealt with dudes, and these mothers are freaking vicious. Like they are disrespectfully vicious. And it's like, I really like you, my guy, but I really can't stand your mother. So I can't
Well,
even.
here's the thing about that, and it took a friend to kind of put this into perspective to me, but
And I
a
know it's
man
on
can't really.
I know it's on him to set those boundaries for his mom.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing: it's a man. It's very difficult for a man to really become a man until you know until you kind of like set that wall between you and your mother. And I've gone. I had to go through that myself. I have to go through that where it's like, all right, you know what? I have to set that wall. Like I can't, because the more that your mother has any type of boundary past the line that you set, then they're gonna always feel like they can interject in certain ways that they're not allowed to as a man. It's like, well, it's like because there's a certain point where it's like they got to stop viewing you as the child and the person that they pushed out of their womb and as a man, because that's what it at the end of the day, it's what we are. That's what I've become, and until you disconnect and as harsh as it might sound, cut your mom and mother off, it's hard to really. I found it in my own personal experience. It's hard to like foster real relationships with a woman until you have done that, and then you start to kind of see like, okay, because a lot of times what men will do, and I've been guilty of this, you'll start to look for qualities in a woman that your mother displayed to you, and it's like, as long as they're meeting those certain type of qualities, they're okay. But then you're overlooking a bunch of other stuff that's like, wait a minute, this don't align with who I am as a man, right? And that goes back to earlier what we were talking about with the whole situation with the marriage thing. It's like those, like, that's one of the things you have to align on. You know, you have to disconnect from your mother. You got
I,
to, it's almost, she has to be almost non existent because when you're going through whatever you're going through as a man, because it's like, how do you become a man unless you detach? It just, Baby's Boy is a good example of that. Baby Boy.
I think I think what ST3
Not a baby
said,
boy.
I was agreeing with ST3 until he said you almost non-existent. But I think for me, when he said
Take it as you will.
respect and honor, but then he said, but you have to put your mom in a place. If a woman is watching that, he respects and honors his mom, but he can set healthy boundaries and put her in a place about how you're going to treat me, my wife, my family, this and other. A smart woman would like that, and that'll translate well, that he will respect, honor you, but he will be a leader. He will be able to lead and show that quality. I think 1000% that he should have a bit of not being disrespectful, but setting boundaries, or setting clear boundaries for his mother as an example to his wife to be like, I can respect you, honor you, still put you in your place as well.
So there are qualities in my father that I think I want my man to have.
Okay.
And I don't think, and this is just me, and I know it's about the man, I don't think there's anything wrong with the man looking for certain qualities that his mother has, because I'm believing that he's looking for those qualities because she displayed what womanhood is to him, or what a good woman is to him. But that's me. And I get
But
you're not saying somebody looking for everything like his mother, but just certain
well,
qualities.
what I am saying is that you look at those qualities and you glorify those qualities so much that you overlook the qualities that are bad, that are going to cause that to be detrimental. So it's like, okay, for me, I love a woman that can cook, but that's something that my mother loves to do. She loves to cook. I love a woman, that takes care of me. It's something that my mother's done. But then it's like, you know, I don't love a woman that's disrespectful, that's going to talk back, that's going to raise their voice, which is something that my mother do. But I'm looking at the good qualities of my mother versus the bad, and I'm taking that and translating it to my woman. It's like you're overlooking those qualities because it's like, all right, my mother was like this, so you're like that. Versus like, no, actually, that's not going to work for me because I don't want this. I don't want this in my woman. Yeah, my mother did this, but she was my mother. I set that boundary now, but I don't want that in my woman as well. I don't want a woman that's going to raise her voice when I'm talking to her. I don't want a woman that's going to say negative things about whatever, about me or a situation, or be quick to be judgmental or whatever. Like versus something that a quality your mother may have and you accept it because she is your mother. That's what I mean more of.
I prefer for a woman to be honest with me, even if it's negative, because I don't want to shield myself from hearing something just because I don't like it. I don't think, to me personally, that's wise. I think people should be able to come to the table, especially a woman should be able to express to me, how she really feels. I prefer a woman. Like, I don't mind a woman getting loud, what I'm saying, depending on how she do it. That's a non-sexual turn on for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, all right. I can.
You got a little bite to it.
Yeah, you got a little bite to you. You know what I'm saying? Say it again.
Right.
You're talking dirty. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So but that's me. I'm into stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying I don't think it should be a screaming match. Like, I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm saying, show me a little tension. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me know. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Correct me too. You feel what I'm saying? I
Dig
like
it.
that. You know what I'm saying? So
Every now and then I want my man to say no.
yeah.
But you ain't got to always say it. But every now and again you say no.
You know what I'm saying?
Hit me on my this is Ashley Shop. It's Ashley Shimmy.
Yeah, shimmy.
Come on with the come on. With that, let me ask this question. Are women supposed to build their man's ego? Like, do you have to
ego or confidence?
Right, like I don't know how to explain it.
I understand what you're saying.
That's a great clarifying question. He said ego or confidence.
Ego.
Yeah.
Confidence and ego, I feel like, are two different things. Ego is self. It is self. For me, ego is self-driven. Confidence is atmospheric.
I think there's one time where a woman should always build a man's ego, and that's if when he's around other men, like you'll see a very subtle thing that women do. And a girl did it to me the other day, and I wasn't even trying to push up on her, but she saw that I was looking. She was on the phone by herself, and I'm looking, beautiful girl. A few minutes later, I saw her with a dude. And I'm like, oh, okay, you got it, man. When they walked by me that time, she grabbed his arm and put her head on his shoulder. Women who do subtle things like that, she just don't know. If she thought I liked her before, I'm stalking her now, Leroy. If she thought I was interested before, I'm looking for her in the daytime with a flashlight. Nah, you know what I mean? You loyal and pretty.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think she should definitely always build his ego when another man, a man should never feel like another man can get in your mental space.
Good point, Gerard.
That's
Very
very
good point, Gerard.
big.
Gerard,
that's big.
that is a very good point, Gerard.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. I ain't. What's your name, J baby? I ain't. It's the name gone, so I ain't. My bad, G.
Right. No, you good. But yeah, a lot of women fail to realize that.
Babe.
Sometimes they'll say, "Well, I'm not cheating. You're entertaining somebody." But if you're laughing and he's in a mental space that I thought was mine, that could be damaging, bro.
Sure.
Okay. So don't laugh at another man's joke. Got it.
You bet not.
Now I ain't that. Now I'm not that. I ain't that serious on it, but yeah, I get the point that you're saying.
Okay, so you agree with SU3? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I say, ego is one thing, but confidence definitely. It should be, yeah, like in a way like, hey, I'm confident that you are mine. I'm confident, that you're building up his confidence in a way like, hey, you're gonna be great, you're gonna be successful, you're gonna get things done. Yeah, I agree.
So the question is, are women supposed to build their man's ego though?
I mean, ego, confidence, they're kind of a thin line between each other.
So you could
Sure.
you coincide one with the other. Okay.
Yeah, there's a very thin line between confidence and ego. I mean, more so the ego, like in the bedroom, definitely. I would go more for like that, like stuff like that.
So you want her to lie to you if it's not good?
No, don't lie to me. But if it is good, you better.
Yeah, that's what you want.
You better say that was. But
because you said a woman
I
can't
mean,
tell you how to do it, how to get it, how to take care of her.
What was that now?
I could have sworn before you said you didn't want nobody to
Y'all
tell
just
you.
take one thing I say in one area and try to apply it across everything. Why can't I have different opinions for everything?
Because they relate. I'm just asking.
No, they don't gotta relate. They don't gotta relate.
Dr. Jackson, text me.
They don't gotta relate.
She can just say it. Okay. So in the bedroom,
I mean, we having secret text messages in this podcast.
They're not texting each other. Oh, question. When guys say it's just something about you, what does that typically mean?
This is such a girl question. It means exactly what I say. It's something about you. I may not even know all the way yet. Just something about you.
It depends.
What does it depend on?
It depends on the woman. Something about you could be anything. It's something about you, but
Yeah, I think they're looking for examples of what that means.
Thank you.
I mean, I get it, but it's just it varies on the woman. There's something about you could be sexual. Most cases, it's probably sexual. There's something about you.
For me, when I say it's just it's really just something about you. I'm saying it in the context of you have my attention, right? Or it depends. Like if you do something like
that's good.
If you do something that's consistent, like like negative, I'd be like, yeah, it's just something about you. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
it's all about how he says it, because that.
right. Like, yeah. And I'll always say it when they do whatever that negative act is. Yeah, it's just something about you, girl. So they'll know, they can connect the dots and stuff like that. But then I'll be like, yeah, God, I was like, girl, it's really just something about you that I just really dig. Like, you really capture my attention.
Okay.
And that could be a smile, that could be how she communicates, right? It just
Could it be how she dresses?
it could not. I don't know, man. I think because you don't see by now you done seen it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, TV done seen it. Yeah, you can't be more impressed than what you already done. You know what I'm saying? So if it could be, let me say that you're right. It could be, Brandy. Yeah, it could.
Okay. Fellas, anybody else have anything to want to add to it?
I think Leroy hit it right on the head. Leroy hit it right on the head. It is definitely one of those things, like when someone says you can say the same thing, different tone, different reasons, and get the same. It is definitely, I'm taking note of you. Whatever you're doing right now, that matters. And it may even be, I'm comparing you to somebody else. There's something about you may 1000% mean, girl, I ain't never seen nothing like you yet. You about to get proposed to and you don't even know it.
I get proposed to. SC3. Do you have
Like
any
I said,
examples? You already answered, but do you have any examples of it?
I mean, for me, most of the times when I've used something about you, it's like, it's like an energy thing. It's like, it's the energy that you're giving me. It's just something about, just like there's something about the energy that you're giving me that is different.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't hit that button.
Hit that
Thank
button.
you.
You're welcome. Question: do you think it's wrong for a man to tell other females about his relationship issues?
No.
Stop shaking your head, girl. Let him answer that question.
I think it's wrong if the female
Yeah.
I think it's wrong if the female you're telling is someone who could date you, someone who's interested in you, someone who there's a potential for you to. I think you should never vent to someone who could
You're
be a potential replacement or you're attracted to.
Okay.
Even if it,
Don't answer my question.
fine.
Uh, you know, I would say it's wrong. That don't mean it's gonna stop me from doing it.
You said,
But I think it's wrong.
huh?
I think it's wrong. That doesn't mean it's gonna stop me from doing it. But I think it's wrong only because it's like, well, then you're just creating this. It's only one sided. You're creating this false idea of who this person is, and that might not even be that. That person goes to meet that person is like, wait, they have this idea now in their head that this is this kind of person because you're telling them about all the bad, but you're never really telling them about any of the good for real. You're not telling them about the other things. And I've, found myself in that situation too. It's like you're telling them, oh yeah, this, that, and this is what they do, but but you're still with them. So it's like there obviously is some good in them as well. So it's like it's you don't want to just paint this negative picture of of a person that you're dealing with, a woman that you're dealing with, to any other woman, and that could be your mother, that could be a girl that's a friend, that could be a cousin, whoever. If anything, I would say more so talking to your boys about it is more, telling the men about it is more better than telling another woman because a man will offer solution if there is something that is like if there is something that you need to fix in that situation, or if they have a little bit more experience or understanding, they could offer you solutions rather it just being a woman who's just, giving solutions based on how she's feeling, which might not always be what I'm saying, or depending on if she likes you or not. If somebody that who wants to be with you, she might give you in a response to that based off of how she feels about you. Oh, hey, don't mess with that girl. That girl ain't no good for you, right? And the whole time it might just be like a misunderstanding.
I,
So I don't think talking to a woman about your issues, relationship issues, is the right thing to do.
But that
Us,
doesn't mean you won't do it.
I've done it before. Now, in this current place where I'm at now, I will shy away from doing it. Before I've done it. I'm not gonna say that I haven't, but in this place now where I'm at, I would shy away from doing it only because I know, like, okay, like, I don't want to paint a bad picture of her to someone else, and then now they meet her, they have a perception. I'm still with her a couple years. We worked those issues out, and then that's all they remember now. I was like, oh, I remember when you told me so and so did this. We got past that, they're holding on to that. I'd rather go
D,
now talk to my guys about it.
I,
okay, D, you wanted to say something? Hold on, Jay. You on mute, girl. You
I have a slightly different perspective. Um, what Jay said earlier, because it depends on your relationship with the person. Because sometimes I know men who can depend on like an older woman who's possibly more experienced, because there's the whole conversation about men are from Mars, women from Venus, because we do speak different languages. So you could say, hey, my girlfriend or my wife, I said this to her. We had this conversation, and this is how she reacted. Like what? Like you can ask for advice. So it depends on your relationship. It completely depends on your relationship with that person, and if that person is, for example, could possibly be a love interest. Now, if you're asking like one of your old aunties or something like that, I don't have a problem with you. Like, or you asking, or even asking like an older cousin, somebody else that's like would be more objective of the situation.
and I do believe that should be communicated.
Yeah.
That
Well,
you're
and
talking to such a person about the
I think there's a difference between asking for advice and then just going to vent about your issues, though. There's a difference between the two because
I can concede
you
to that.
know
I can't too.
yeah, there's a different, like, if it's like, hey, I'm having a little bit of trouble talking to my girl. Like, can you like maybe give me some advice on that? Versus like, oh, she did this, and that, and then they give you advice. But now you just done said everything she did. If you're going like, hey, we just had a little bit of a you have to omit some things, obviously.
I,
It's like, hey, we had a bit of a disagreement. Just want to know how can we fix that? What was the disagreement about? Oh, it was just about this. Okay. And then like what you said a specific word, objective. So you got to go on there, be an objective, like, hey, this is what I'm looking for. But if you're going in there just yada yada yada, she did this and that, and then you know what she did, then she was talking to this person. Not now you're going in there telling them about the issue, gossiping, and that's not right.
yeah, I think that the rules that ST3 are laying out are really for men and women. When you think about talking about your lady, I know a lot of people, and I had a really good friend who had a great wife, and they were struggling, and they were new in marriage, and he talked about her to anyone who would listen. The whole church knew everything that he hated about her. He did such a terrible job of it. When she was ready to leave because she was embarrassed and heartbroken, he wanted his wife, but he could not stand up and declare that because he had told everybody. And once people sit around and say, man, I wouldn't take that from her. Man, you crazy if you stay with her. Even if you want her, when all the people go home, now you have to fight your pride of being seen with her, just like he said. And sometimes that allows you not to reconcile, and you lose a good woman because you've prided yourself out of something you're okay with because you done told too many people your business. You got to be really careful about that. As a woman don't
And
care.
honestly, that I think that even goes for some dudes too. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell all dudes your relationship because you
Yeah,
know everybody got their own ulterior motives at the end of the day. I think you find somebody that is trustworthy and that is a few dudes, if not one or two, that are trustworthy that can give you solid, sound advice or just be there to listen. But like, hey, she's just doing that. I've been through the same thing. It's just this, rather than going and spread it, because I've been in both, where you tell everybody, and then when they come talk to you, like, oh man, I remember when this, and I'm like, yo, 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 like I told you that, like as a thing, not as a like, like for you to just be all repeating it and whatnot. Like then it's
right.
like, all right, you know what, I ain't telling you nothing no more. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because it's like, man, hey, 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 because I don't need, like, I didn't tell you that as a, that was a moment. I thought I could, but then this you got to be observant as a man as well. Like you got to be paying attention to that stuff. And like, okay, you know what? I can't tell that person something because you do work the situation out now. Now you bring that person around. It's like, oh yeah, man, I remember. It's like, hey, shut up.
Right.
Right.
And
The
Usher,
realist, you said no really quickly. You want to elaborate on that? The realist said no real quick. He's like, no.
Um, yeah, I don't think that is wrong but I do agree with what Gerard said. If it's somebody that's close to you, I think you got to be wise not to say nothing. I think you put yourself in a dangerous position then. So I would say that is sketchy because usually if you do that and somebody like you, that's I can't. Let me not say it's intentional. You know what I'm saying? I just think you got to tread lightly. But no, I don't. I like to get other women's perspective. Like, I can share information with you, Brand. I mean, I can share information.
Brandy?
Yeah, but I said brand, so my bad. Yeah. I can share information with you about a relationship and get your perspective on it because I need that. You know what I'm saying? Instead of filtering it through, just how men. I'm not saying men don't give great advice, but it's always good to get that female voice so I can understand her and what she may be possibly thinking that I never even thought of. You understand what I'm saying? And I
Right.
understand from a female how she might have received it that I didn't hear her tell me that she received it in that way because I was already in a tense conversation with her. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's hard for me to really receive that type of information the way I could, make that shift and adjustment. But then coming from another female that where it's unbiased and we don't have that tension, then I can say, oh shoot, I didn't know, I didn't understand, or I didn't. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
So that's why I'm saying that.
And
Well, I actually did this with Brandy.
it's real quick. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I actually did this with you the other day where I came in and asked you an objective thing. I didn't come in there like, hey, she did this, and that. I said, hey, if this happens and that happens, what like in your perspective, what do you think that is? And you're
Mhm.
like, oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be that. Like, cool, bam, and that was it. And I think that's as far with when you're talking to a woman, it should go. It should just be like, hey, if this, and that, because obviously, who's going to understand a woman more than a woman does, right?
but Usher said before anything became between us, you were like my best friend. The one I used to run and talk to when me and my girls were having problems. You used to say it'll be okay. And you even suggested little nice things I should do. But when I went
I
home
go
at
home
life
at night
and
and lay my head down. All I
all I
see is
seem to think, you gotta be very careful
Found them
who
lyrics, boy.
yeah, you got to be very careful who you open up to emotionally, and I think that's tough because men already have a hard time opening up. But I think Dr. Jackson said something: finding an older lady, a family member, someone who's safe. Because some women, when you open up that door, you tell your female coworker, "Man, she burned the chicken, and that's my favorite meal. She can't cook rice."
I'm bringing you chicken and
That
rice
that that,
tomorrow.
that help us show up tomorrow with chicken, rice, and a note. I had a homeboy who said he had a coworker. Seemed like everything his wife was doing wrong, she was doing right. If he wanted chocolate chip cookies and his wife didn't bake them, she showed up with them. He was like, "You got to be very careful because some women you can literally coach them how to lure you away from your woman,
That's real.
and you could do it not trying to. You're just looking for a safe space to vent."
All right, here's your name. I'm just looking for a safe place to fit. If she gives bad, would you leave her?
Are we already married?
I wouldn't leave her because those
No.
things can be taught.
What if he?
Yeah.
What if it's been some time and she still
But
can't get?
well, from just my personal experience, okay, I'm not a bad teacher, and I've never experienced somebody that couldn't follow those type of directions because I make it very simple. I make it very, very simple, right?
Use your tonsils.
Right. And we practice and we practice and we practice. And I tell her, I say, hey, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So I train her until the practice is perfect. So
I know the men are answering this question, but can Dr. Jackson answer again?
Okay.
I think the whole idea of a woman giving bad oral is, it's just like I can agree with the realist, what he was saying. But I think the whole idea of a woman giving bad oral is the fact that she does it if she doesn't want to do it. That's the only reason you're bad at it if you don't want to do it. Because even if you want to do it, you know what I'm saying. You if you want to do it, you could be coached, you could be taught.
I,
You know what I'm
I,
saying. You could learn.
there,
You
there,
know,
there
It's
was a time I would have agreed with that statement, and I don't. I got to go. It's almost 12 o'clock. I got to go. But
nope,
I,
nope,
I,
nope. You gotta
I,
stay. Keep it going.
I have experienced. I've experienced situations where some girls are not as experienced because the age at what which they started, their lack of experience, their lack of know-how, they're not being exposed to other things and visual aids that some women have. A lot of women in this culture that we're in now that's very big on internet and pornography, a lot of women are able to look and learn. And there are some women who have not been exposed to that. There's some women who start late, and you only can do what you can do unless someone is teaching
You
you.
don't know what you don't know.
Right.
but
And I
but I
think
think
oh, go ahead. I was just in a
no, I was gonna say I think being bad at anything though is just your willingness of not wanting to be good at it,
Or not
or
really
your
I think that
unwillingness to not want to be good at
I
it.
think that I think there's some there's some limitations though. I think that
You might
there's
not be the
some
best.
no, there's some mental limitations, and I don't think I would leave over someone who's bad and trying and does it. I think I would leave over someone who is refusing to do it, even if they're like, "Oh, I'm not good at it, I'm not going to do it." I mean, you're going to be left. I
because
think
they're
that
willing
the
to try, but they don't know what women who will want to know how to do it, but they just don't know how to do it, and they're willing to try, but they're still bad at it.
right, because sometimes it's a matter.
What makes somebody bad at it though? It's a
Hold on,
question.
hold on,
I
hold on.
was
Go ahead,
just gonna say.
Jay, you were saying?
It's details. Go ahead.
I was
What?
going. I was going to say. Well, I was going to say something similar to what Dr. Jackson said. I think that they're different techniques, and I hate to talk my business, but I'm not talking my business. But
Until
for
you say that.
right, right. But I remember many years ago, experiencing something with a partner who she would never touch it. Like in her mind, no hands was
Waka flocka.
the thing.
Was
And
what?
and and I was young
He
and
said, "Look, ma, no hands and
right.
no darling. I don't
And
dance
and,
and I
and
rock
but
no."
for me, it's very pleasurable for you to speak to it and grab the mic. Hello.
You got to
So,
hold him out. This thing
right.
in there.
But I remember thinking this is weird. But I remember because I was younger and at that time I was not as where I am in the Lord. And I remember watching a pornographic movie, and in that movie, the person said, "Yeah, no hands, do no hands." And I'm thinking to myself, she has been taught. There's an experience somewhere, and because a lot of times with people, period, what you get compliments on, and this I say all the time, most people don't really evolve in sex. Whatever you do good that you get compliments on, you do that until someone else says, that's okay, but do this. And then that's when evolution happens. Unless someone tells you whatever you were good at in the last situation, you assume that this is what guys like or this is what girls like until you're confronted with something different.
And I also feel that positive reinforcement is
Whoa, I'm getting excited over here. Go ahead.
Clearly,
I said positive reinforcement is important.
yes.
Because it's motivation. Like, oh, okay, it's like a dude that most of like baby, you could be getting them lines
Yeah,
straight,
yeah.
zigzagging, but you be like, baby, them
Positive.
lines looking good. He gonna keep trying to get better and better at it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to say. Man, what's the next question?
My boy stressed out over there. Hey,
That
my
question did
boy,
not
my
sit
boy.
well
Hey,
with that
listen.
heart, did
Hey,
he?
listen. My boy got some situation. Hey, call me after this line. My boy got something you need to get off his chest.
See, I'm like, because because that's what you want somebody that wants you to talk to him, because I'm a talker, you know what I'm saying? So it's refreshing to hear that, you feel me? Because yeah, man. What's the next question though, man?
The next question is: what are three things you
Slow
both
down,
have to have in common?
Oh, let me hit this.
Oh.
We got to believe the same as far as religion is concerned.
That's good.
We've got to
Period.
we
Exclamation mark.
we have to believe the same thing as far as raising children are concerned. There's nothing like arguing with someone who has not a different parental style, but values. If I'm in a house where I believe in yes, please, thank you, no, sir, yes, sir, I don't want you to go against me on stuff like that. So
That's good, Gerard.
with religion and raising children, and I would say the third thing is money, but it's not money. We have to have sexual appetite in common.
Oh,
If I can go every day, you need to be able to go every day.
that's
You know
good,
what I mean?
Gerard.
But we've got to, because when you have someone who's off balance with you, even if even if they're 3 times a week, but you're one of those people that can do it every day. For me, because of how I was raised, drugs and sex were not drugs and liquor were not my thing.
Okay.
So when I'm stressed, and Leroy can attest, there's nothing more stressful than being in the ministry.
That's true.
When you're stressed, it is, for me, that is my go-to relief. So when I come home 2-3 o'clock in the morning, if he's up, you need to be hello.
That's that pressure, but that pressure pop
What
on
is
that
that?
pressure.
Kelly Rowland said, "Tap me on my shoulder, I'll roll over."
Right, hello, yeah. Where's she at? You got her number?
But Gerard,
Yes, sir.
nigga, you preaching.
Okay. S3, you
Walk with it, G.
What's the
three
question?
What are
what
three things you
things
both have to
you
have in
both have
common?
to have in common? Yes, what she said.
3 things we have to have in common.
You both have
Um,
You
like
have
these are
we have to
non-negotiable.
have
Okay.
spiritual understanding. You know, uh, that's very important. And I mean, just not the surface level of spiritual understanding as far as like church and Sunday school and stuff, but I'm talking about like the deepness of like things that go on that we don't see, the seen and unseen. We have to
Give
have
me
an understanding of the things that we don't see. So have understanding on the things that you don't see in the spiritual realm. There has to be
what's an example?
demons and
Okay.
spiritual beings that yeah. I mean, you have to have an understanding of that. That's one. Uh, Another thing is, another thing we have to have in common is the way that our family. We want to bring the family up. I think that's very important. If there's a difference in how we want to raise our family and the direction we want to go in with the family, there's going to be a big issue
Okay.
for me. That's number two. Um, Number three, it would have to be sex. Most definitely. Like I think we have to have about the same capacity for it as one another. Because if we're going to be doing this thing for, long term, 20, 30, 40, 50 years till we gray in the hair and one of us dies first or die at the same time, then, there's going to be a lot of that going on. There has to be a lot of it. It can't just be, oh, yeah, no, we have to be like a similar appetite, you know?
Okay. Hold on, D. Okay. Um,
the realist, right?
the realist, right? Let him answer real
I'll
quick.
have to go, and then I want to piggyback off that.
Me too.
You
Realist.
want, Doc, you want to know what I think, Doc?
Just answer the question. This guy.
3 things a woman you both have to have in common. Please answer that, sir.
Oh yeah, with everything Gerard said, so that's why I agreed with him. It couldn't be no different than that.
Okay. So
Your
my
question at
piggyback
the same time.
my piggyback is, what if you're with a woman who has a higher sexual appetite than you and you can't keep up with her?
Well, that's not gonna happen for me personally.
But that's why I said That's why I said is to be common, right?
What was
That's
that
the
question?
What if you have a
so
woman who
Go
has
ahead.
a higher sexual appetite? And what if something happens where your sex drive, because you could have started on one level, but then your sex drive suddenly starts to decrease because
ED.
you were just saying that essentially, like, because we need to be doing this until our 50s. And so what if your sex drive, for example, drops and hers continues to increase or continues to stay stable? Then what?
Jay
well,
was
I
I
about
think well, is that question directed is just in general or to me or what?
No,
I
it's
think it
all
all
was.
no,
three
it's
of
for all
y'all.
three of you. All
Because
three of
all of
you.
y'all put sex in y'all
All of
must
you
have.
guys responded sex. So what
Well,
happens when the sex drive is now going this way and yours is like going this way?
I think Jay was about to answer it first.
Yeah.
So go
So
ahead, Jay, and
I,
then
I,
it's on you.
so, and I think what last week we talked about it too. I think if I think sex drive can be overcome with discipline. If I don't desire to, but I can, like I would assume that there are times that women don't really feel like it, but I've heard them say, if you get started, trust me, I'll get in the mood. If you initiate and you get to the place where you're being affectionate, even though she dealt with the kids and she'll get in the mood. I think men are pretty much the same way. It may not be the same quality. I may not blow your back out, but I may blow your kneecap out a little bit. You know what I mean? I think that it is no.
I'm listening.
I you know
Okay.
I
I want my
I was
back.
gonna say
Oh my God. I got
well I was gonna say for me, that it goes back to the first point I made with the spiritual understanding, and with having a spiritual understanding, that means you have an understanding of all things spiritual plus physical, metaphysical, and all that, right? And so you have an understanding that all right, things like that happen. You will Your sex drive as you get older will go down. I might not be able to blow your back out like I did 10 years into it, right? Or I might be able to. You might not be able to take me blowing your back out 10 years from now because of what you've gone through. But I think it goes back to the whole thing of understanding. If I'm in a situation like that, then I would hope that we aligned on the first point, the spiritual understanding point, in truth, and not just because you wanted to get married. And that so when that does come up, it's like, all right, you know what, we will adjust how we need to adjust. Right? If I gotta, what I'm saying, if let's learn my alphabets or something, we have to do the more alphabet. You know what I'm saying? We do that. If we got to introduce other stimulants into the situation, you know what I'm saying? As far as, you know, I'm not saying big, I'm not a big person on like toys as far as like vibrators and stuff like that, but like, tying you up, you know what I'm saying? Or, things like things to that extent, just so that, the like I could agree with, Mr. J here about the sex drive can be disciplined, right? Those are ways I think that could be disciplined. I was like, if I'm not just giving you straight wood, we could figure out another way to like adjust, you know, adjust that for you so that, all right, maybe you need to be flogged.
I mean,
You know what
I just
I'm saying?
don't feel like that's the same thing you were saying. Like, if your sex drive was one way and then the woman's sex drive fell, you kind of were saying the opposite when you were
y'all
talking about,
y'all got us. I'm sorry.
right? I don't
That's
know. Maybe I
all
heard that
three of
wrong.
y'all, not just him. That's all three of y'all.
Huh?
I said that's all three of them. It's not just him. It's all three
No,
of
no,
y'all.
no. But him specifically, I remember when he said he's like, we want to be doing it into our 50s and 60s, and but
That's
like
just
all
him.
of this. So what if the woman's sex drive falls? Because it's like earlier you were kind of alluding to the fact, like, what if you guys are not on that level? I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, like I said, like I just said, I said there's ways to adjust those things, and that's where we introduce other ways to try to meet that, right? Whether that's bringing in toys into the situation, certain toys, whether that's bringing in certain types of, foreplay, whether that's bringing in, let's get a red, like let's build ourselves a red room now, where we can escape to. Now that's going to help you set your drive out, even though I can't give you straight wood because I physically can't at this point. But we're going to figure it out. Said it as well, learning to be a better alphabetician. So I said that.
All right. Realist.
Realist, right?
What's up?
What happens when you're if something happens and your sex drive happens to fall, but her sex drive continues to escalate?
I don't know. I don't understand how that's gonna happen.
Well, yeah, and that too. Like, how does that happen as you get older? I
Well,
mean, that's kind of.
Because there are
Okay, well, hold on. This one I'm gonna do because that's a good question. Let's just say,
because some women's sex drive increases.
right? Let's just say for some reason mine go down, right?
Thank you.
First thing I got a secret. I got a secret.
You got a secret.
First thing I'm gonna do is pray. I'm gonna talk to the Lord about it.
Hey, come on,
That
glory.
goes back to what I said about the spiritual. Yep. Okay, go ahead.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do.
Lord, you made this body,
Come on.
and you know all about it.
Hey,
Listen,
Tell about Amanda.
the Bible
Right.
said Abraham was cold. He was dying. They brought a woman over to him. He jumped right back up. He's 100 plus years old. Come
Hear
on,
me, hear
come on.
me,
Then that's what the word say. Am I lying, Jay?
Father Abraham. Hear me.
Come on. He jumped, and so first thing I'm gonna do is pray. And while I'm waiting for the Lord to deliver me, I'm gonna pop me a blue pill, whatever color they is now. And I'm gonna jump, and it's gonna jump right back up, and I'm gonna make it do what it do. So I'm going, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't see how that's gonna happen.
I think we all said the same thing, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, so your next question. Would you be upset if your lady listed her parents as her beneficiary and not you? Marriage.
Her parents. We're going to divorce court.
Duh.
We listen. I'm real big on shared accounts and with money, and the reason I am is because I believe your treasure is where your decisions are. If you trust me with our children or your children you had before me, if you trust me with your life and you expect me to trust you with mine, but you don't trust me to be the beneficiary of your account or on a bank account with you, you're putting money above all those things. That's the reason for us to divorce. 1,000%.
I have a question.
Hold on.
For me,
No.
Yeah, for specifically for you.
Hold on.
Okay.
Remember it. SG3, the realist. Which one of y'all wanna?
I mean, when you get married, you two become one. So it's like if you're doing separate things outside of marriage, are you really trying to be here married? I don't think so.
Right. I'm with you. I would be upset about it, but
I won't be upset, but I'll definitely take note of that. That's a red flag.
upset in the context of like just really trying to understand what that was about. Now she got a good reason, and she expecting that if she passed away, that before her parents, and she want to leave her mama and daddy something because they ain't got nothing. Then I understand that. Hey, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Leave it with me, and I'll disperse it appropriately.
Okay.
And then for me, I would tell her, just don't be mad if my beneficiary don't go to you. Right?
So you petty.
I don't know
I
about
shouldn't be married.
I don't know about petty. I'm even.
You tit for tat.
No, I'm even.
I would be very hard pressed to find a good reason for a wife to leave her parents as the beneficiary on her things over her husband.
I can give you an example.
I can give you an example too. That's why
Like if we're well off, you don't need this money. One. Another example. Why are you so pressed to be my beneficiary? You trying to kill me? Like
It's a 1 foot in, 1 foot out type of situation though. It's like
so you guys
it's a 1 foot in, 1 foot out situation.
I have a question. So what if I made Oprah money, right? What if I made Oprah money? And say I had children prior
Even if
to,
you make Gail money, go ahead.
even if I made Oprah Gale money or whatever the case is, and that stuff was premarital earnings.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Somebody has something on, I can hear it. But some, like, I had premarital earnings, or own things premaritally. And say in my case, for example, I have children, right? And I put my parents on my beneficiary in my account so that when my children are adults, they would become owners of whatever that property was, because that's premarital property, right?
Mhm.
What is the problem with that?
This is the problem with that. If you, and this is me, I marry you, your children are my children. You don't have children. Those are my children. Literally, there's no such thing in my world as a stepfather. Because if I'm helping pay the bills at your house, I'm not using step money. If I'm dropping your kids off to school, I'm not using a step car. Those are my children. Just like you would trust their biological father to do right by them, baby girl, I got you and them kids, even if you die. I think it would be an insult to a guy like me to even think that I would treat your children any different than I would treat our children. So there's no need for that. You don't need that safety net. I got you, boo.
Not boo.
I mean, why would you even go into a situation of marriage like that? It's going in their bad faith. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
you're going into the situation.
So
so you
You're
got
going
to.
into the situation.
that's what
I'm
prenups
sorry.
and
Go
stuff
ahead. I'm
are.
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
cut you
I'm
off.
saying, yeah, you're going into it with bad faith. When in that particular, like, if you're going in like how Gerard phrased it, where it's like, you know, you had children prior, and yeah, you got your Oprah money. We got married now, and then we had our children. It's like, okay,
What if we don't
if
have
you want,
kids together?
you said we don't have children together.
Yeah, what if we don't have kids together?
Well, I mean, you know what? For me personally, what you set up before you got married, before we got married, is what you set up. But at the same time, that's why I won't even deal with a woman like that. So there's that. First and foremost, I wouldn't even I wouldn't even deal with a woman like that to begin with. So I wouldn't be having those. I couldn't tell you exactly what I would do because first quarter I wouldn't even deal with because that's already too many issues. There's too many problems. There's too many. It's my side and your side. There's too many things that need to try to come to alignment with each other that are just not going to happen because of you. You've been doing it yourself already. You've been doing it. This is my way. I've already got it set up how I got it set up. So I'd rather just go find someone who doesn't and we just do it together
Okay.
So what
Two
if
rather
things.
you
than trying
had been
to.
through a
Two
divorce
things in.
before?
Two things
What if
in.
you had been through a divorce before?
What if I had been through a divorce before and what?
Two things. The first thing is, I'm sorry. The first thing is, you said if you're going into the situation like that, so you want to be my beneficiary before we even get married. And the second thing is, you're doing things your way. You're doing things your way. I don't want to be in that situation, but are you not doing things your way before we get together?
Well, I said that's the reason why I wouldn't even entertain that kind of situation because you're
That's
already doing
what
things your
I'm
way.
talking about.
But you are also though.
Yeah. Like if I was
Okay,
single
when you come,
before I was married, like if those things were already in place before we even got married, right?
Right. And Cuba, he's talking about it sounds like he's saying if we're going into the situation like that, like I'm not changing my beneficiary before we get married. And
I think that people who can live together as one, and in the back of your head, you've already separated any part of your life, is a huge red flag for me.
you're
I
not
think
living as one.
I think it's Kelsey Grammer who said he gets married every time without a prenup.
I know I'm trying to catch him, but he just keeps sliding
Yeah,
past.
yeah, but and I think that at some point we have to realize if everything we're going to split is if yours is mine and mine is yours, and you're equal to this. Look how uncomfortable that made you. And
Me?
yeah,
Oh, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable at all because I know how I want things done. That don't make me. You saying that don't make me uncomfortable.
right.
You
But
ain't
I
gonna. You ain't
think that I would be afraid to trust my children with a woman who didn't trust her money with me, because I don't believe it's possible in human nature to fully trust someone who you don't believe fully trusts you. Because if I know you're holding your cards,
that.
if I know you're holding your cards, you better believe I'm holding mine too. So what are we doing?
Can I ask a question?
I don't know
No.
if you're whispering or
Yes. Go
what.
ahead.
Let
Can
me
I ask a
turn.
question? Okay, so say you have children prior to marriage, right? You have
Correct.
children prior to marriage, and you already had set up accounts for them, right? They
Uh-huh.
already set up accounts.
Correct.
In your divorce, you already have, say, your ex-wife got most of your stuff, most of your other stuff anyway.
Hmm.
And I had stuff set up for my kids before we got married.
Correct.
That stuff was already in place.
Correct.
So now when I get married to you, I'm supposed to change that just because we got married. So take away the money that I had set away for my kids.
No, no. So watch this. If you marry me and I marry you and we have watch this. No, I'm done. It's the preacher in me. You have situations set up for your children. Things that belong to your children do not belong to me. I want to be clear.
It's my insurance money.
Right. So wait. Things that belong to your children do not belong to me. I think if you're minor children, I think that's a different element. For example, and this is I have a policy on me that is that I wanted my ex-wife to be the beneficiary of, but my children are 8 and 11. I made a friend of mine who one is not broke. Hello.
Come on, you gotta come on. Come on.
Right.
Friend.
And two, who was a person of integrity, my beneficiary, because I know that if I go before her, she'll make sure my children are taken care of.
I will.
And 1000%, I have no fear that that will happen. So if I were to get married today, if I were to get married today, I would have to trust my wife more than I trust my friend. I would have to. If I don't trust my current wife more than I trust that friend, I need to marry that friend.
Okay. Next question. How do you feel about therapy? I think we have like, if y'all want to continue, have like maybe like 6 more questions.
Black men don't go to therapy. We need to.
Who said I go to therapy?
Hmm?
Y'all heard somebody say I go to therapy?
You know what's funny? I heard somebody say something. It didn't sound like that, but the moment you said that, my mind told me that that's what I heard.
All
No,
right.
somebody said it faintly, but yeah,
Okay.
it was very faint. But
Who is somebody? Who else is here?
maybe the realist.
I heard it.
There it is. Yeah.
It's the realist said it.
Um,
Oh, he must be in a different room. Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I go to therapy. I've been going for years.
How do you feel about it?
Oh, I think it's necessary. I think it's great. That's how I feel about it.
Okay. Short and simple. I love it. Next, who got that next short and simple answer?
I think you get a group of men who are rooted in spirituality, who rooted in God. That's therapy right there.
Mm,
Okay. Um,
Based on my experience of going to therapy, well, like I gave that analogy the first time. It was when she mentioned without mentioning God, I was like, that's all you need.
well, you can find a
So iron
spiritual
sharpens
therapist.
iron sharpens iron.
not if y'all got rust on y'all. Um, go ahead.
Iron sharpens iron.
You get locked, y'all. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
I think
No, it's not.
I think all the men answered. We can go to the next.
I feel like God didn't put things into our path for us not to use them. I think He gave us things to utilize. Like that's just like saying I don't got to go to the doctor. God gonna heal me. True enough, but He gave us doctors for a reason.
But
Um,
but God gave us the what's on this green earth for a reason
There's
to
a lot
heal
of
us.
on this green earth
what?
that can also hurt us.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
I, I, so
I don't know what he's referring to.
I probably need to see a therapist. But the reason I say black guys don't go,
But we should.
that they're
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know why she said. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
and
ahead.
then the head shake was so like such an encouraging woman. Thank you, mommy. I think that for me, I'm real big on representation. I don't know many black male therapists. I would want to go talk to a black man. I would want to go talk to somebody who can identify for me. So I think I don't know if maybe that's the reason why it's not something. Do any of you know personally a black male therapist?
I do. Well, I work in psychiatry, so I do.
No. Do you have anyone you can? I'll be in St. Pete the 18th through the 22nd
I will
all
send
week.
you some information.
Do you know anyone that somebody that I could see?
I can actually.
All
I'll
right.
send you. But
Oh,
Awesome.
next question, right? I think
Yeah.
the real
I like
essentials.
I like how these questions were supposed to be turn and burn. And we've literally broke down every last one of them.
But
right.
this is the type of
Rest of it.
we are. We know that these are going to be like this, and I love it.
I love it too.
I'll be like, this is supposed to be these people dying. How
Wrap
do
it.
you set boundaries?
Ooh, that's a
Communication.
Now he don't want to elaborate.
Detachment. Detachment as well.
okay.
I think
Explain
in
that.
order
I can see that.
in order to set proper boundaries, you have to do. And I'm talking my way through it tonight, saints. I'm testifying. There's certain people, friends, relationships, when you realize that they're not good, but you're in a place where you still have to be in proximity with them, you have to detach from what was in order to set proper boundaries. I just was counseling a member of my church yesterday about a particular female that he said is no good for him. And I told him, you have to find a way to put boundaries in place. Because if you don't, we've all been in places where you broke up with somebody, but after 2 or 3 days, you miss them, you're texting again. You broke up, but you're not really. Or you're hanging out with them. Before you know it, y'all are back at it. And that may be in more ways than one. Because boundaries are not there. You know what I mean? If I tell you, look, we're not going to do it. We're just going to be friends. But we're still hanging out late night. We're still, being in, it's going to happen. So you have to detach in order to really set up boundaries. We can't be friends because I'm still in love with you.
How do you set up boundaries within a relationship?
I think communication and what kind of boundaries? With my partner or with other people?
With your partner.
Communicate.
With your partner within a relationship.
In a romantic relationship.
I don't know if I don't have any boundaries in a relationship.
Well, yeah, you do, because you said you want to be cursed out. Do you want your wife to curse you out in front?
No.
Okay.
No,
All
we're
right.
We're not talking about that. No.
Okay. All right. No. Nope.
See, you ain't got no behavior.
Right. No.
I'm saying
Nope.
that's what I'm saying. It's certain things you want your wife to.
Okay. Let me re-answer. You clear communication. You're absolutely right. One of the reasons that I will end a relationship, I'm not like most men. They say, most men, you don't know when they're angry. You're gonna know when Gerard's upset. He's gonna tell you, and he's gonna tell you exactly what you did.
Yeah.
And because of some childhood trauma that I have, and I'm not going to get deep into this, I was raised by an aunt after my mom passed away. I hope she never watches this because she'll be upset. That was almost verbally abusive. Almost. I can almost say physically, but really good at verbal. And I remember one of the things that she would do if she had upset us or we got in trouble, we were not allowed to walk around. And a lot of black people probably could say this. We were not able to be angry. Like you had to fix your face. You could not pout. You had to get it together, even if she was flat foot wrong. So I developed an ability to check out mentally and still be in the same physical location. And I carry that over into relationships. So but I will tell you, hey, I don't like when we were at your mom's house tonight, I don't like the fact that you make me the butt of the joke. That's your one time. All right. I've told you that. If you can continue to do that, I can check out and literally, but my boundary is being clear up front and often when something bothers me. If I tell you I don't like something and you do it after I told you that, what you're saying is you don't want to be with me or you want to be cheated on.
That's why I was saying within 30 to 60 days, I be, really more towards the 60 days, I can figure it out. Because I asked when, hey, what are your triggers? Right? What are your boundaries? Right? Because I want to know whether or not, what I'm saying, they align or whether I can even meet those expectations, right?
Mhm.
And then whether are you willing to bend some of those expectations, right? Because I think, a lot of things is when it comes to boundaries are uncommunicated expectations. So I set boundaries by communicating my expectations and what I'm willing to accept and what I'm not willing to accept, and I make that part very clear. And I also communicate certain triggers that I may have, so they are already aware of what they already getting into. There ain't no secret. Just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you straight up. Here are some triggers. Whether you can deal with them or not, but I want to be upfront to let you know, because when you meet me, I'm gonna give you all of me. I don't put on a false representation when I'm dating somebody. I'm coming like as if I already know you for 10 years, right? That's the type of conversation I have. And I realize when you talk to people like you already know them, they open up a lot more. So it brings down their walls. So I tend to talk to people like, like I already know them. And they'll be like, dang, it seems like we know each other. That's because of the way I entered the conversation. I set the atmosphere like that. And it's subtle when people don't recognize it. You know what I'm saying? But until you communicate it to them, they're like, oh, shoot. So with me, that's how I communicate those expectations and set those boundaries. And I get to know the person to the heart of who they are, right? Because now they feel like they talking to family. So I can ask heart related questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, what you struggling with? How you handling that? How you handling that struggle? How can I be there for you in that struggle, right? And they're gonna tell me right then and there what how they respond and how they want me to respond, and if I can be there for them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm learned. All right, y'all think it's a game.
No, I think that is actually a family trait, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
No, legit, because people, you can ask her when we first met. I was real. Anywho, y'all like he said, y'all don't even get it. Could you be with someone that is the total opposite of you?
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. I want somebody that's, I ain't gonna say completely. I want somebody that, I want me to tell you this. If our morals and values line up, I can be with somebody that's completely opposite of me. Because being somebody that's exactly like me don't challenge me enough to grow.
No, I mean not exact. Not, I mean total opposite. Like two
She's
steps
an
forward, two
atheist and
steps
you're a
back.
Christian.
Yeah, like Jessica, she's like completely opposite of me, completely opposite of who I am.
Can't be too far off.
Oh no. We are nowhere close to being the same.
Well, it's the whole thing about being equally yoked,
And this is your
So
girlfriend?
But no. Equally yoked, I don't think that has anything to do with how what
Personality
our
thing.
personalities, right? You know
Right.
what I'm
I
saying?
don't mean your religious beliefs.
no, but you can't just take that as only just to be religious beliefs because if you don't agree on if you're completely opposite on how you stand on political views, that's going to be a problem. If you're completely opposite on you
Why
know
is it,
how
hold on, time out. Why is that going to be a problem? Because two things can be true at the same time. It's only a problem if you make it.
because you yeah, because you don't align. There's gonna be
Well,
disagreements. There's gonna be
you don't align on, you may not align on a lot. So I don't want to date somebody where I'm forcing them to share my same viewpoint because it
I don't
doesn't.
want to
you
date
don't
me.
force anybody. Yeah,
Yeah, no, no,
So,
no, no, no. What I'm saying. Let's just say I find somebody that think like me. Our political views are the same and stuff like that. Great, I appreciate that, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna have friends who that I have different that have different political ideas, and we're still able to coexist. It doesn't change my love for them. It doesn't change how I communicate with them. None of that changes because I can respect the other person's viewpoint. So I can be in a relationship with somebody that's that could be independent of from the Tea Party, and I could be a Republican or a Democrat, and that won't affect that won't affect what we do and how we operate with each other in terms of communication. In
because you
terms,
married them though.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about in marriage. In marriage, I could do all that because it's not going to affect the overall goal of what we're trying to achieve.
and also, and this is again not about the women. Okay, I feel like you can be what not with me. You can't be a Republican. I mean, you can be a Tea Party. You can be independent. I mean, not Tea Party. You can be independent. You can be Alabama Sweet Tea Party. But if there is healthy communication, like if you aren't trying to be a jerk about political views, then I think it's possible. But
I,
that's just
I think I can't date someone that's the total opposite of me. But I do like I can't date me, so I do like having some like I do like having someone balanced. Like if I'm a worry monger and she's a worry monger, that ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? I like to be the loud, obnoxious person, and my sense of humor. I actually like being with a girl who's embarrassed and like, will you please calm down? If you just as loud as I am, I don't like it. Like I like to start singing. 1,000%. We're walking in the mall. I'm gonna be screaming to the top of my lungs, "Girl, you said you love me," and I want you to be walking away. I want you to be walking away mortified. I don't want you. I don't want you to turn around and be just as loud back. I want you to walk away mortified, like, please stop, 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 stop. You know
I
what
ain't
I mean?
gonna
So
you because
I like a
I'm
little,
joining in.
I like a little opposites.
I'm joining all the way in. I do love with you. I would never leave. Cool.
Oh yeah.
All day. Let's play that game.
Oh no, I'm definitely gonna go hide somewhere.
I'm
She
Like,
definitely
hiding.
gonna go.
whose
She's not
person
even
is
running
that?
away. She's hiding.
Whose man is that? Go, girl, go get that
And I'll be
man.
in the back. Yours. Do you believe in love at first sight?
No.
No, less effort, right?
No, I don't believe in love at first sight. Let me not listen, let me not say I don't believe. I haven't experienced it. I don't know if it really do exist because I've heard people say when I'm as soon as I saw him, I knew he was the one I
Them
loved.
niggas lying, man.
Yeah, it's less effort.
First of all, somebody very
Less.
close to me. Anyway, I believe in it. Yeah, fix it. I believe in it. I just don't think I will be able to do that. Now I want this next question. That was a simple question. Y'all gave it quick. Look, y'all coming through with the quickness. This next question, I want you to take in general terms, not just yourself. Okay?
This must be a good
All right,
question.
all right, all right.
In general terms, not just
Should I do a
yourself.
drum roll?
Why do men want I should say all the features of black women, but not black women?
We talked about this
What men are you talking about?
Take it in general. Not
But
not
yeah,
great.
okay, no, you can't say that though. You can't
No,
say that.
I think I'm gonna say this. I
You
think
can't say that.
yeah, I understand the question. I think
Somebody
in,
go get Dr. Jackson and pick her up.
I think in general that some why do men so not just black men, why do men
right.
okay, I think
Look at Leroy. He want to argue on behalf of all black men tonight.
yeah, yeah.
He looking for a reason.
He's like,
But
oh, you didn't say
I think men in general like certain features about black women
that they like on white women, right? And I, they may not want uh a black women just because that's just their preference. Oh, I understood the question wrong. Never mind.
So
I
why do
think
men want the features of a black woman just not on black women?
Black
I
women,
don't
but
think
not. I
that's
don't know. I
the
don't.
case. But
Yeah, I can't answer that question. I don't.
I think the answer is in general that
You
a man, if we're talking about the features on a black woman, the man may want the big butt, the breast, the hips, the lips, but he may not want what some people attribute to the attitude, the disobedience, the drama, the trauma that comes with a black woman. But maybe he I mean, it was good enough for Massa. That's how he felt.
No, 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 no. Oh no,
I
Brandon.
don't think no.
Let me understand. As a question, why do men want features of black women on other women, but they don't want,
Basically,
but they don't like, but they don't want the features that the black women have on the black woman? 'Cause that's what I think. That's
basically the question is the realist. Basically, the question is why do men want the features that are associated with black women? They
But
just
not the
don't,
black
but
woman.
not the black woman itself.
no.
And
It
I
says
don't
Not the
think
features
that
no.
to
It
be
on
says
black.
true.
no, no, no.
I,
It says not on
it's the
black.
way they phrased it, right? It's the way they phrased it. But I'm telling you, that's the way they meant it.
Is that what you?
They,
I
they,
think so. I think that's how it was meant to.
they meant why do they want the features of black women, just not the black woman that it comes on? Why?
Right.
Why?
Right.
I think
But
that's
and
what.
that goes back to a point I made
Oh,
before, and I think the realist made this point too. Those features don't just belong to a certain race because you got everybody, those big butt, big titties, big everything, whatever.
But
They,
answer, we get
they,
that. But answer the question.
no, I'm just.
But the my answer to that is that's not true.
Okay, that's an
That's
answer.
probably a one off. That's a one off experience. For that's a one off experience of something that they dealt with, and that's what they just go ahead and every black man. No, they don't want it. No, that's not true.
I'm gonna re-answer that question, but I'm gonna let Jay go first.
I was going to say that I think that if I had to answer the question as is in general terms, that it's because there are certain things about black women. Look at Coco, Ice T's girl.
Mhm. Right.
The when you
That
see
ain't
how
natural at
she,
all.
huh?
I said that ain't natural at all, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It doesn't matter.
I think
Go
that proves
ahead.
my point. I think that proves my point even more, though. That even if it's not natural on a white woman, she comes off as uber submissive, even subservient in some regard, and you don't get that with a black woman, but you get the toys of the black woman, the breast, the hips, the butt, So I think that's the draw to Kim Kardashian. I think that's the draw to a lot of thick white women, as you would say. But I think it's because they don't want the attitude or the stigma or the stereotypes that generally come with black women.
And that's what I thought when I saw the question. And let me add this: how you know a man didn't ask that question? Anyway,
So,
um,
but I said so. I got a two-part answer. The first
okay,
part.
hold on. But that's what I thought about when I first saw the
Oh,
stereotype. They don't want the stereotype of what it is, even though stereotypes are not true. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Willis.
no, that's my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you good.
I was saying it's a two-part because I think one part is for people who may not just be attracted to black women because they just not in terms of like their skin tone or something like that. They prefer lighter. So I think a lot of stuff could be preference, right? So some men do like big lips. Some men do like big. That's just something that some men like. I think and they just like it on their type of woman. You understand what I'm saying? Like, okay, and this is my perfect woman. I would shape her like this. You feel what I'm saying? And so I think that's one. And then the second part is, to what Gerard and ST3 was saying, that it could be the fact that they just don't like what how black women may particularly act and stuff like that. So they rather be with something that they're familiar with and that they do like, but with not the stereotype like you mentioned, Brandy, that comes with it. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
What's the next question?
Oh, she
Don't be rushing me.
Must be your question.
No.
Now she said she does. What is your definition on gender role, or your definition of gender role? I think that she said of.
I think gender roles are roles that are associated with your gender. Uh, I
Yeah.
think I think that,
Simple.
that I think that's my definition. But I do think that gender roles. If the question is meaning what are gender roles, I think that there are certain things I mentioned earlier that a woman's job is to provide food for her husband. Um, Whether it's cooked or this or another, I think that's a woman's thing. I think ultimately, whether a man helps at the house or not, a woman is the domestic engineer. I think that a woman should lead in nurturing the children. I think that a woman should be supportive and should be a support to the home. I do think that the man should bear the burden of providing. I think the man should bear the burden of protecting and providing, protecting. I think a man should also be the priest. I think that a man should, even though my father was not a religious guy, one thing I do remember, he said the Lord's Prayer with us every night. And that was his job to say the Lord's Prayer before we got into bed. So I think men should lead their children to church and to God. Even if they aren't super religious, they should at least point them in that direction.
I don't think it's a woman's job to provide the food, but prepare it definitely. I think the man's job definitely is to prepare. Sorry, to provide. I think it's to protect, and same thing. I agree. To prophesize, peace. To make sure he's leading his family in the right direction. And I think it's a woman's job to reinforce that, and what the man is, enforcing is to reinforce that, for the family, to the children, and to take, to tend to the children. I'm saying, to make sure that they both have their responsibility, but uh, is to tend to the children, to make sure that what the man is enforcing is reinforced throughout. Um, yeah, to nest, to take care of the home. Whatever the man brings, she multiplies, and does something with it. You know what I'm saying? I bring money. You take the money and you do with it as as is called for. If children needs clothes and house needs items, things need to be done. You take that. I give you the money. You multiply. You make things happen with it. I bring food. I bring the meat. You take it and you make a meal. You know, like I plant that seed, you multiply it. I mean, that's literally what happens in the natural things, in a natural sense. I give you my seed, you produce a child for me. So it's just, that's, I think, whatever I give, you take that and you make something with it. Build, so make something. I won't say build, but make something out of it.
Okay. This will be the last question. It's a simple one. Calm down.
The realist gone. The realist left.
Oh no, he's still here.
Oh, he didn't answer the gender roles
This
question.
guy. Answer the question.
Yeah, yeah, what they said. I'm gonna
I
make
knew
it
you
real
were
short
gonna
and
say.
sweet. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Who hurt you, and what did you do to? And what did you do to cope with that hurt?
Who who didn't hurt me?
What kind of question is that? What kind of question is that?
It's a
You don't
question.
have to. You don't
I
have to give
mean,
names, but
well, I think men learn from hurt. Men learn from pain. That's the only way that we become stronger, honestly.
that's
So it's like,
that's a
if
good.
you ask if you ask the question of who hurt you, I think we come into this world having to experience pain, because that's the only way we're going to grow. How do you cope with it? You understand that pain is part of growth. It's a part of how you become stronger. It's a part of how you become invincible, because you learn from that pain. That's how you cope with it.
What
It's
I
all.
did.
It's all.
Oh
Yeah.
my bad, G. It's
No,
all.
I was just gonna say it's all in just knowing it. You get to a place in your in life where it's just like, what, the hurt and the pain that you're going through is because it's teaching you how to be whatever man God has called you to be. And that's the way I'm going to take it. Obviously, someone who doesn't serve God, who doesn't believe in God, might not take it that way, but that's just what it is. You know, all of the things you go through. You look at any man in the Bible, you know, all of them had to experience some type of pain in order to become the men that they are. They had to go through some hurt. Somebody hurt them. You know, the world hurt them. Whatever the thing that they've gone through hurt them, but at the end, that made them into the man that they are.
So does that answer how you cope?
He said you
You,
learn.
you cope with knowing that this is part of you being a man. This is part of your, you know, you going through life. You being hurt is a part of life.
Okay.
Pain is a part of life. That's how you cope with it.
Well, I did, girl. I've had different situations as I'm, the younger. When I was young, I used to cope with it by smoking green. You know what I'm saying? They're out. You know what I'm saying? Drinking and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how. But as I matured, you know what I'm saying? The first thing, a lot of things I do, I give it to the Lord. Right? I do my best to do that. Right? And then the other thing that I do, I just try to, kind of filter through how I'm feeling with close friends and family, people that I trust. You know what I'm saying? I can be vulnerable with, and then I share that. I allow them, I share that space with them. I give them the opportunity to show up for me and stuff like that. And therapy helps as well. So that's what I did to cope with the hurt.
This this question is a very uncomfortable because I guess it's super specific. Um, m- my mother hurt me, and I am still coping with it. And it wasn't her death at the age of 8. I'm glad I said something that was funny, Brandy.
Sorry.
But my mother said to me when she was sick before she passed away that children can't, that parents can't die before they see their children get grown.
Mm.
You know, as an 8-year-old, you believe whatever your mom says. And when she died, it really affected my trust for women. I think that sometimes, even
Mm.
when a woman is treating me good, it's hard for me to believe that it's genuine. Because I learned in that moment, my dad has always told me the ugly truth. My dad, straight to it, the
Mm-hmm.
ugly truth. And so for me, it's hard for me to appreciate a genuine woman. And I've lost great women for not being able to accept that this is real. I'm always waiting on the shoe to drop. Always waiting on
And
the, the
I received that because I know someone who lost their mother young. I can see how I can see that. I can see that. Now looking back on it, I can, yeah, okay. That's great information actually.
yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I'm jacked up though, is my point. Yeah. And it's twofold because you're always waiting on the shoe to drop. And
Mhm.
another thing that people don't realize when you lose a mom young, I don't know about a dad, but a mom young, other people can feel disposable. Like when a girl is, well, I can just go. A lot of men, baby, don't go. Me, on the other hand, I'm like, you're right. You can just go.
This is true. Okay, and I get
I
what
don't think that's only with, you know, personally. I don't think that's only with losing. From my experience, like, you know, I don't think that. I think that's just with loss. When you've experienced any kind of loss, really, it's kind of like people are disposable. It becomes that way. It feels
I'm
that
gonna
way. So
disagree because
okay,
sometimes loss can make you want
Right.
someone to replace.
it works
So
both ways. You know, I mean, I'm
a
not
what?
disagreeing. I said it could work both ways. I was just saying to,
It can
you know,
become
Rod's point that I think loss is another way. You know, that you can become that way. Where it's like, oh, you don't need anybody because you experience so much loss. You know,
Okay,
whether it's death, whether it's just
I want to go back to this hurt. We all you born into the world hurt. So were females. Um we were all born into the world, and I guess we all experienced some kind of pain when we were born. I don't know. I don't remember back then. I don't remember that far back. But you learn. How do you learn from your hurt? Like, what things are you doing to learn from your hurt? I'm guessing be more specific because I feel like, and this is just me, and I'm not trying to like attack you or bash you, but playing the macho man role is not realistic. Like, you basically saying, "Oh, I got hurt. Oh well, I learned from it. Don't do that."
Well, it's not playing the macho man role. It's literally me speaking from experience. I'm not playing a role. You know, I mean, everybody can be different. People can have different ways that they deal with things. That's just how I deal with it. I deal with it in the sense of, okay, you know what? I'm looking at it for what it is. I'm like, all right, you know what? This is meant for me to learn from it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to learn. That's how I'm going to cope with it. Because if I sit here and cry and moan and what am I going to what am I going to accomplish? Not a nothing. I don't accomplish anything in my life by sitting here crying and moping about it. All
So
I can do is like, you know what? All right, I learned. I made a mistake here. This is a mistake. I don't want to feel this again. So this is what I need to do to not feel this again.
you don't talk to anyone?
I didn't say I didn't talk to people, but
But that's what you're
the
making it sound
general.
like. That's what you're making it sound like. I'm asking that
Well,
question just like for clarifying purposes. You're making it sound like
I
you
understand. Well, I
internalizing
can't.
all.
I do internalize it. I'm not going to say I
Like,
don't,
you're
but
making
you
it
know,
sound like it's a little effort, and I'm just trying to clarify.
well, you know, the way I make it sound and the way it is. I mean, I can't. Once again, you know,
Guy,
it's the way
guy.
it
And,
comes out.
and I'm gonna be
You
real,
won't pin him down.
real quick. I'm gonna be real with you real quick. That is, you
Yeah.
talk about communication a lot, and you talk about communication a lot. But when you say that may have been how it sounded, but that's not how I meant it, it makes me question your communication skills, my brother. But that's just me.
Uh,
That's just me. I could be wrong,
That's
but I'm
not
just
just you.
I think there's two sides of communication though. There's the side of
bad
listening and interpreting it, and
communication.
then
Sides of
yeah,
communication.
there's a side of interpreting what's being said.
So we
Because
had
the
a
people I
discussion.
communicate with,
But if
We
you're
had a
clear at what you're saying, interpretation, it can only go one
Was
way.
he here for that one? Was he here for that discussion? Because I remember we had a long discussion
Dr.
about.
Jackson got receipts.
I know we had a long discussion on who's responsible for communication.
He
You
was here
know,
for that.
like, is it the recipient or the person sending the message? I'm not sure. Maybe he
Well,
was.
well, I will.
we said the recipient. I was there for that.
Well,
We said it's
I
on the
will.
recipient.
We
Uh,
didn't say that.
we didn't
No,
say
no,
that.
no,
Yeah.
no.
I
Remember,
will say
He didn't say
there's three
that.
levels of communication. There's what was said, what you heard, and what I meant. And so it is very much possible sometimes for those things to be misconstrued, to become muddy, murky. But I think the issue is sometimes when you make an absolute statement and then you come back and you make a oxymoronic statement that is in complete contrast to the absolute statement that you made, it's a reason for alarm.
Okay, I guess we all agree to that because I do. But I do feel like in even in these talks, even like just in these talks, forget your relationship, forget boy girl, forget whatever the case, work whatever. In this situation, saying what you mean, and that's something that you did say earlier. Say what you mean what you say. Saying what you mean and not leaving it open for incorrect interpretation is very valuable. It's very important. Um, because I then think you don't get, or let me go just say me. I then think that I don't get the pushback that I receive if I'm clear in what I mean and I'm 10 toes down on what I said. Because I'm one of those people, and the realists can verify this. And shoot, I think all y'all that's on here right now can verify that. I mean what I say. I say what I mean. And when I don't talk,
People I communicate with
you'll
just
feel it.
like this seem to understand me just fine. So
I'm sorry.
All
I said
right.
the people that I communicate with the same way seem to understand me just fine and able to grasp everything that I'm saying. And so, I mean,
Yeah. You know, that's a good point. ST3.
SC3.
But I do want to say, you know what I'm saying. I don't think they communicating an attack on you as much as they just trying to make you aware of, you know what I'm saying, like the situation or what's going on. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm saying that to say because I do understand specifically where you're coming from. Like, you know, the people you communicate with, you know, consistently, but they kind of tend to understand you. But you know that type of relationship ain't built like that just yet. You know what I'm saying? So you know we still trying to figure each other out. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So I think what's being communicated just making you aware of, you know, saying how it's coming off and not saying that this is something you're intentionally doing. You understand what I'm saying? So they just picking up that vibe. You feel what I'm saying?
I mean, I hear what you guys are saying. I mean, that's not the case, but
You're just not
speak.
accepting what I'm saying.
No,
Okay.
no, no. I hear what you're saying. This is just. I mean, it's almost like it's like, hey, I can't understand you. Can you change the way that you
No.
No,
so
that's
that?
what.
But that's this. Hey, the way that you guys are taking your perceptions of things is the way
That's
that
what.
I'm
That's
taking.
why I
It's
was.
almost like, hey, I can't understand what you're saying. Can you say it in a way that I can understand? And it's like,
No,
No,
well,
no, no,
that's
no,
not
no,
what we
no.
said.
That's why I was clarified. That's why I just clarified because I could kind of tell by how you respond in that, you know what I'm saying, it's kind of coming off like, you know what I'm saying, like you gotta defend yourself or
I
explain.
have to defend it.
I know I ain't saying, oh my gosh.
Well, I'm
I
gonna
ain't,
I'm
ain't saying
going
that
to
I
request
ain't
this.
saying that you have to. I'm just saying it's coming off. So I was clarifying that it's not necessarily a attack to get you to change anything. It's just saying just making you aware of, you know what I'm saying, how what is coming off as when you having a conversation. That's it, dog.
Okay, let me add. I'm gonna have. Well, I'm gonna make this request. Then this is the request that I'm gonna make as le host of Question Time. Please bring someone that you communicate with well on one of the shows. Um, yeah, just invite them to be on an episode with you, with us. That's what I'm going to request. I mean, that's up to you. You can't.
I
You
heard
can't.
you, but I don't think they would come. I don't think any of the people they would come. To be honest with you.
Okay,
I missed something.
I'm saying
Who
invite
who
them.
who
I didn't
who,
say
who are
force
you
them to.
inviting?
He said the people that he communicates with are understand what he's saying and how he says it and whatever. So I requested him to someone on the show that understands how he communicates. Um, and it's observational for me. It was pretty observational for me, but he already said they're not gonna come on, so it is what it is. I don't expect him to
Have we
invite.
been on this thing for 4 hours?
We have. So go home. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for answering questions. I really do appreciate y'all elaborating on the questions because I really thought this was going to be rapid fire and it was just going to be, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's going to be what it's going to be. So thank you very much to everyone that commented. Oh, okay. Bye, SC3. For everyone that commented, I thank you for commenting. I thank you for being with us for this long. We love you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Lord. Thank you all for joining Question Time. This will, if you're gonna listen to the podcast, it'll be broken up into 2 episodes because yeah, we was on it for a minute, but it was valuable. So my request before you leave, we will be doing one for women to answer questions. What I have found is men don't seem to like to ask women questions, but you will find a lot of value in asking women questions. And let's be really clear, the women on this platform, on this live, this show, we're gonna give it to you how we gonna give it to you, okay? It ain't gonna be no well, see, no, we're gonna answer the questions because we know what it is and we know the benefit of answering questions realistically. So, ladies, if you want to be on live, please, please, please be ready. My throat is so dry. I apologize. Fellas, you have questions, you can inbox them to me. I'll ask. Sorry. I'll ask those questions, or you can just come on audio or video or live rather and ask your questions. But the lady's gonna be here to answer. We're gonna be ready. If not, Y'all know I have something to say. So thank you for joining again. Love you much. See you next week. I forget what the topic is, but I think I'm just gonna do the same thing with the ladies flip flop so that we have that series going on real quick, fast and in a hurry. Thank you for everything. Every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Brian Chia. Okay. And again, like, subscribe to our YouTube, which is Raw News No Fluff. And get notifications for the shows. All right. Ta-ta.